Big Sills! That Eagle team must be exhausted. They must be mentally fried. With the last 7 days, Monday night, you beat the Chiefs in KC and you come back and you have to come from behind. After digging a hole and throwing yourself in that ditch, you have to be mentally exhausted. I mean, I don't know how you keep stacking these games and these teams up like that. You must be exhausted. Just exhausted. I'll tell you the one thing that I take away from that football game that the Eagles have that no team in the league has. They are mentally conditioned. They're mentally conditioned for every situation that faces them. You know, I've heard a lot of people talking about the accolades. You know me. It's great, all the things that are happening with the team. I totally understand it. But if I threw this out at you, 49-17, do you know what quarterback that is? Over a four-year stretch, do you know who 49-17 is? And by the way, do you think that's good? 49-17. Do you know who that is? It's Jim Kelly. Jim Kelly never validated his career. All the great accomplishments, 4 AFC titles, only team ever to go to Super Bowls 4 years in a row. The pressure now on Philly mounts from within. Playing the 49ers, look, it's for home field. We all know that. Every week now, it's almost like Philadelphia is in a playoff now because they're playing for home field. Okay? They're playing for home field. I'm going to get to the game here in a minute. Josh Allen was spectacular. Hey, and here's the difference. Jalen Hurts is on a better team than Josh Allen. And Jalen Hurts takes full advantage of the players he has on his team, unlike Justin Herbert does. That's not as easy as you think. Just because you have a lot of stars on your team doesn't mean you get the ball to everybody. That's what making Steph Curry one of the greatest players of all time. That's the key, getting everybody involved. Jalen's on a better team. We know this. Sean McDermott has the most undisciplined football team in the league. He should be fired. That's not Ken Dorsey's fault. Guys coming off the bench and pushing Eagle fans in the stands. That's not Ken Dorsey's fault. That's the head coach's culture. You need to fire that guy. He's terrible. You need to fire him. That's not Ken Dorsey. An undisciplined football team. Absolutely. You know, death before defeat. We used to have this mantra that Coach Johnson used to tell us. That was something that was instilled in us. Death before defeat. You put your ass and line on the line, your ass and body and mind on the line, no matter what it takes to win. Jalen Hurts was awful in that football game in the first half. Comes back in the second half. 14 of 20, 167. 3 TDs, 0 turnovers. 134.8 rating. Plus you put the 43 with the 7 carries and the TD on the ground. And you put that all in perspective. It's a heck of a second half. Your offensive coordinator, in my opinion, there's too many voices in the room in that side of the ball. Somebody is interfering because you can't have a game plan the way you have had it the last 2 weeks where they're completely polar opposites. Your first half looks like a completely different coordinator. And then in the second half, that's not adjustments. That's interference. How can you go from one mentality in the first half to this completely different mentality? I mean, ridiculous. Somebody's interfering and getting in the way. Or Brian Johnson sucks. Pick one. That's not adjusting, going to what you do best, run the ball. I'll tell you this about the Eagles, too. I think they wobbled coming out of the gate when Lane Johnson wasn't cleared to play. The first series was terrible. What are you doing throwing the ball? You lose your Hall of Fame tackle. Okay? Sills, I need better energy from you, please, especially after that game. Okay. They, without a doubt, wobbled when the news of Lane came out that he wasn't going to go. Here's the difference between the Philadelphia Eagles and the San Francisco 49ers. They won without Lane in Philly. You couldn't win without Trent. That's one of the chips knocked down that Jalen just took out when it came to winning without players. And you know what that tells me? He's getting to be closer like Mahomes. Okay? Purdy can't do that. He's proven it. He went on a 3-game losing streak. Oh, and by the way, just for the record, even the bettors are taking a shit on you this week. You're underdogs at home. And if it holds up, you'll be the first 10-1 team to be an underdog in your own building with a road team coming in with 2 more losses than you. So this isn't just us looking at things. The people who put the money on the table, and by the way, that number went up to 2. They're taking a shit on you. Not me. Got to have one of the worst first half O's in the league. Drew, somebody's in the way. I'm going to get to all of this. Okay? Josh Allen was special. He's a beast. He was by far the best player on the field. However, the greatest winner on the field is in Philly, and it's Hurts. He has a completely different metric. He's redefining himself on how you look at him. He's got the one metric that only one other guy in the league, and I get this, and I so pray to God he wins a Super Bowl to validate all this. That guy wins a Super Bowl. Holy shit, are you going to talk about him and Mahomes for the next decade? It gives me goosebumps. Josh Allen was special. That's a special football player. You can't sack him. You can't get him down. And he's really, dude, what's with the Bills taking Stephon Diggs off the field 50% of the time on 3rd down? Who the fuck's calling that stuff? Are you crazy? Why would you take that guy off? Again, I think the Bills need a new head coach. Jalen Hurts. Let me say this to you about Hurts. He really does have the Michael Jordan and the Tom Brady gene in him. Like I told you before, Tom Brady wasn't the most gifted quarterback in the history of the game. he was just the greatest winner in the game. It's the same. Aaron Rodgers is more talented than Tom Brady. Steve Young's more talented than Tom Brady. But Tom Brady's a winner. That's what can I tell you the reason that those two guys weren't first round draft choices? Because you can't figure winners out until you see it. You can't figure winners out at a combine. You have to see it. You have to see it. Allen, when you watch him, you're like, wow. But then when you watch Hurts is more inspiring than Allen. How many quarterbacks have walked off the field playing Hurts doing this? I played as good as I could play, man, and I didn't beat him. Now you're starting to knock these guys down. Rodgers a year ago, Cousins a year ago, Tua, Howe, Dak, Mahomes, Allen. Check off. Look at the things he's knocking off the table to make a comment on. Here's what's crazy about Hurts. I mean, you look at the numbers, the number that you look at the most is 5 touchdowns. Nothing else. NFL needs Hurts to win the Super Bowl. They need a rival for Mahomes in the NFC. Hurts is a Spartan. God dang, it's so true. Man. Dude, when he ran that in at the end of that game, I said this. Jesus criminy. You really need a gun to kill him. Because if you keep that guy alive, he's going to come back to haunt you. Man, I've never seen a team with more resiliency. I've never seen a team that is so conditioned. They have to win the Super Bowl. Get this, I want you to win the Super Bowl to validate all of this because it's too uncommon. This is too uncommon. You can't be the Bills. I'm not saying you're going to be, but you can't be the Bills. This can't be the Reed era. It's better than all of that. These two teams are better than your 17 team. But you can't really punch it until you win it. Man. You know, I promised my aunt I'm not going to swear. But damn. That kid, get this. Allen's a better player. Hurts is the ultimate winner. Who would you rather have as your starting quarterback? Think about what I just said. Allen's a better player. Hurts is a better winner. Hurts is the better winner. You're paid to win. If you didn't come away last night seeing that same dynamic, Allen's a better player. Hurts is the ultimate winner. If you didn't come away with that, I can't help you. I'm going to get to my takeaways here. By the way, the performance showed it. Somebody's in the way when it comes to your coordinating. First half O-line was atrocious. Second half, they calmed down and they took care of business. And they were really good in the second half. Actually, towards the second quarter, I thought going into halftime, they started settling down more. They were just all over the place offensively. I don't know what that is. There's too many freaking voices in the play caller's ear. Either Nick shuts the hell up or gets out of the way, or Brian Johnson sucks. I can't figure it out. It's too polar opposite. Somebody's in the way. You don't go the last 8 quarters with 2 of the shittiest quarters against good teams and then turn around and do that with a completely different game plan. That's not adjustments. That's people getting out of the way and going back to doing what you do best, run the ball. I thought the team, as I said, wobbled when they got the news that Lane was not starting. But they wobbled. Unlike San Francisco falls down when all their pieces aren't on the chessboard. The Eagles do not. The Eagles are mentally tougher than the 49ers. That's a fact. They're mentally tougher. They're mentally tougher. There's not a team in the league mentally tougher than Philadelphia. Not a chance. You're going to have to prove that one to me. Nobody in the National Football League in 2023 is tougher than that team. They are conditioned to never lose. They have built that resiliency up, and I've never seen a team. You know, either when you get knocked down, you fold your tent, or you get up and you want to kick the guy's ass again like Ali. And you beat Frazier in 2 and 3 to solidify your place in history. I see the heart of a champion right at the beginning stages. This is either going to be heartbreak or it's going to be something you're going to remember for the rest of the. This will be better than 17 if they can push this thing through. I thought Kenny Gainwell had some runs that were instrumental. The Eagles are completely dominated by Buffalo for 3.5 quarters. They are the most undisciplined team in the league, though. It's time for the Bills to make a change at head coach. Let me go here now. Jalen Carter. Jesus. Unbelievable. 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 Tackles for losses. Blocked field goals. Wreaking havoc in the middle. Jesus criminy. He is special as it gets. Good God Almighty. Is he great? Hey, your run defense sucks the last 2 weeks, though. You know what I think that's from? Fatigue. It's starting to fatigue. Plus injuries, guys banged up, missing time. You know, I didn't write this down, but I want to add this into the mix. Jordan Davis running step for step with Josh Allen to the sidelines was a sight to behold. I've never seen a 400-pound guy run down the sideline like that. I mean, the only guy I've ever seen with that kind of athleticism was Larry Allen. I've never seen anything like that. This guy got it. This guy's like 350 pounds, and he's running sideline to sideline, and he's going step for step with Josh Allen. I was floored. I was floored. You know, I was going to wait till later. Let me throw this at you here. The 1991 Philadelphia Eagles defensive front four with Reggie, Jerome, Mike Pitts, and Clyde Simmons. Pretty formidable. Josh Sweat, Jordan Davis, Jalen Carter, Brandon Graham. I'm taking the 91 team, but that's legendary. And get this, the sample size for Davis and Carter, it's unfair. Spike goes, Sileo's upset. Why? I picked the Bills to lose. Actually, by 10. What are you talking about? Upset. Are you kidding me? I'm in awe, Spike. I'm in awe. What are you talking about? Upset. I'm in awe. Hey, and Spike, don't get pissed off at me because the bookies and Vegas and Atlantic City have you as a 2-point underdog at home and you're 10-1. That ain't me. I'll still take 91. But the story is yet to be told about the 2023 defensive line. Hurts 5 touchdowns. Unbelievable. Ton of injuries on the team. Didn't matter. And as I said, too, 49ers lose Trent Williams. The whole thing implodes. The Eagles wobbled, gathered themselves, and won a hard-fought. Hey, I may not think they're as talented as the Eagles, but that's a good team. Don't kid yourself. That's a good football team. They're just undisciplined. They need a new guy at the helm. Hurts, in his running situations, is just insane. He has field presence unlike any dual threat guy I've ever seen. Maybe Steve Young and Russell Wilson. Maybe. The run defense. Last 2 weeks, you've given up 170 yards rushing average. 173 to the Bills. 168 to the Chiefs. What's the common denominator? The quarterbacks in those games strike fear in you, them taking off and getting positive yards. Mahomes is running more this year. Allen is impossible to get down. I mean, I would say that the Eagles probably in that ball game, they probably were robbed 3.5 sacks because the guy's impossible. He's 6'6", and he's 260. You're not bringing that down with one arm, okay? And by the way, the referees in the game, shut your faces. Okay, did they miss this? Did they miss that? I like that element of the game. I don't like instant replay. I don't like reviews. That's what makes the game intriguing. It's a human game. Okay? You know, I heard somebody talking about Brian Johnson versus Doug Peterson, and Frank Reich just got fired, and we'll talk about that here in a minute. Okay? You know the difference between the analytic guys that you have now in the building and why Hurts is the reason that you're winning, not those coordinators, and I'm including Nick and those two guys, they get in the way of Hurts sometimes. The game plan dictates it. Get this. It's the head coach's responsibility to even out the game plan, isn't it? Why are they so helter-skelter every game? Whose responsibility is that? I mean, there are 2 different game plans. For the last month, there's 2 different game plans. What do I think about the Reddick sack? It was a horse collar. Ref missed it. So? That's not a Philly thing. That's an NFL thing. Let them deal with it. I don't do that. I don't blame refs. I don't blame football fields. I don't blame that shit. Those are things you can't control. Should we bring Frank? I'll get to that. You see this number right here where your run defense is starting to go the other way? That's because of fatigue. Guys playing a lot of minutes. Let's go by the numbers here now on what happened in the football game. Obviously, 37-34 overtime win for Philly. First downs, Bills 29, Eagles 24. Third down, Josh Allen was as good as any quarterback I've ever seen on third down conversions. I've never seen anything like that. 13 of 22, Eagles were 4 of 11. Total yards, 505 to 378. They ran 92 plays. Think about that. They ran 92 plays. They almost got 5. Get this. They were doing around 5 yards a play for almost 100 plays and lost. Tony Romo should never be allowed to commentate NFC East games again. He was openly rooting for Buffalo. He was. And butthurt the Eagles were denying Dallas. Totally, I felt it too. I heard it too. I mean, look, it's one thing to have a love affair for Josh Allen, but I mean, are you looking to date him? It was ridiculous. But CBS loves that. You know why? Because it creates controversy. Rushing, Eagles 185, 32 attempts. Finally got it right in the second half, and Hurts took off. The Bills 173 on 40 attempts. Passing 332 to 193. Here again, undisciplined, 11 penalties, 80 yards, Bills. Eagles 4 for 30. They got hosed out a couple times themselves. Player numbers. Josh Allen, 29 of 51, 339, 2-1. Hurts, 18, 31, 200, 3-1. Allen, 9 carries, 81 yards, and 2. Hurts, 14, 65, and 2. Swift was great for a second straight week. 14 for 80. Gabe Davis showed up, hadn't all year. 6 for 105 and 1. Diggs, 674 and 1. Smith in a tough physical game. 7 catches, 106, 1. Brown, 5, 37 and 1. How do you dissect that? Once again, Romo's terrible. It was bad. It was bad. He was terrible. He was. I'm not going to lie. He was terrible. The takeaway you get from a game like that is you can't just look at 4 quarters now. You got to look at 12 quarters. 16 quarters. They're piling them up. And I was tuning in and I heard Tone say, well, he thinks the tough end is behind them. Oh, I think the tough end is coming. You have to be mentally exhausted by now, physically exhausted. You don't recover from games like that overnight. And when you start compiling them, the injuries, the nicks to your knee, your elbows, Davis being hurt, Milton Williams coming out of concussion, all of that is tired bodies. Lane's groin injury is a fatigue injury. He woke up one morning And there he had a groin injury. That's a fatigue injury. These guys right now are so mentally tough. Dude, I'm telling you, it would take it would take the United States Navy to beat them. They are so, they're the toughest team in the league. They're the mentally toughest. Look, everybody in that league is tough, but they are the mentally toughest team I've ever seen. Link is no joke. Shaq Lawson put his hands on a fan. The guy's an asshole for doing that. Control yourself. But once again, it goes back to what I talk about an undisciplined Bills team. You go push a fan in the stands in Philly, you're lucky you didn't get your ass kicked and that entire crowd jumped down on that whole team. You're lucky you didn't get pelted. Dude, if you were at the vet, okay, you guys must be a little bit better behaved, because if you were at the vet, those people would have jumped out of the stands and beat the shit out of you. I thought it was a little rougher back in the day. I think you guys got a nice building. You want to try to treat your house nicer. I was shocked nobody jumped out of stands and started fighting those guys. Dude, those guys are totally dead wrong. I don't care what they said. They are 100%. Dude, if you're Shaq Lawson and you push a fan, do you think you're winning that? How are you winning that? Where are you winning that? It's dumb. It's a dumb move. But again, it's a dumb team. I was impressed with both quarterbacks. And here, one more time, I'll say it. Josh Allen doesn't have the team Jalen has, but that doesn't get this. I know some of you are going to take that as a slap. No. Jalen knows how to use all the great pieces that are around him. He shouldn't be penalized because he knows how to involve everyone. Justin Herbert can't. They're going to fire their coach at the end of the year. Okay? Because their quarterback can't get everybody involved. Justin Herbert is a great talent, but he can't get everybody involved. Hurts gets everyone involved. That is a trait. That's what Brady did. That's what Mahomes does. Actually, that's what Allen did last night. There's a ton of guys who caught passes. It's all about poise. Absolutely, Adam. That was a poise game. The team stays poised when playing from behind. It starts with Hurts at the podium during the week and continues through the post-game press conference. I think also on the sidelines too, Adam. I think his poise is uncanny. It's Jordan stuff. It really is. You know, what's great now? I told you this? How many people, you guys always accuse me of taking a shit on Jalen. I said if he goes 4-1 during this stretch, he's the MVP. How about this? I don't think there's any debate. I think he could miss the last two games and still win it. What's the point? I mean, what's the point? He was so good, man. And get this, here's Hurts' last three games passing. 200 versus the Bills, 150 versus Kansas City, 207 versus Dallas. And he's winning. Some voter would look at that and go, those aren't MVP numbers. Then you would miss the story, wouldn't you? You would miss the story, wouldn't you? See, because we're in such a different type of society today that you don't want to do the extra work beyond reading the headline. Okay? Some of those passes, too, that he threw. Olade, Zacchaeus, the catch that he threw to him and that catch he had, man, that was really a great throw. Just a great throw. Totally unbelievable. Just, I'm not sure what else to say. Game balls. You know, when I put these game balls, see those game balls back there? I think those things are great honors to get. Every one of those game balls back there were given to me by Jimmy Johnson. And one of them down there was given to me by Dick Vermeil. When Coach Vermeil called a playoff game in the World League, that one right there with my name on it, Dick Vermeil gave me. And I'm going to tell you my list. And by the way, you would be shocked, but I think it's long here. Look at this. Jalen Hurts with a 54.3 QBR. 5 touchdowns. How? 5 touchdowns. See, the 54.3 QBR, I don't care. I care about that one next to it. 5 touchdowns. Jesus. How? He gets my number 1A game ball. Man, he is really a special dude. Jalen Hurts is a special dude. That guy's a special player. I would say this. Reggie, Brian Dawkins, JD, D-Jax, Owens, McNabb. He's just skyrocketing up that list. I say when everything is said and done, Jalen Hurts will probably be the most popular Eagle in the history of the team. And that includes Reggie White. Game ball 2. I got DeAndre Swift. Man, he's come out of that bye, and he is a factor. You know, it's funny, but I don't know about you, but to me, I see him more than I saw Sanders. Is that fair? I see him more than I saw Miles Sanders, a year ago. Is that fair? Devontae Smith, tough. You know, for a guy that's not built with great stature like DK Metcalf and AJ, he played tough. 7 catches, 106. Man, I'll tell you what, he's got great hands, runs great routes, tough as hell. Olamide Zacchaeus gets a game ball and he only had 1 catch for 29 yards and a touchdown. It was a critical touchdown. It was a momentum touchdown. He had 1 catch. But did you notice what he was doing in the second half? Go back and watch it. You know what he was doing? Watch him in the run game. Watch what he was doing to the Bills secondary. That was a physical football game. That was one of the best games of the year, if not the best game of the year. I thought the Chiefs game was great. That game was better. That was a better football game. Dude, okay? Zacchaeus was out there knocking guys around in the run game. You have to put an intangible on that. Guy was great. Guy was great every time they called on him. You know, Jalen Carter, 4 tackles. a TFL, a blocked field goal, wreaking havoc like a demon possessed, like unreal, man. It's like they did an exorcist on Jerome and put it in him. And the kid's got a great attitude like JB did too. He smiles, and that's how Jerome was. Hurts is so incredibly composed and poised. Gary, it's incredible. It's incredible. You see, I know some of you that come here go like this. You're looking for me to be like the normal guys and try to go, because you know what they're saying about you now. You're the luckiest team in the league. There's no such thing. I don't believe in that. I don't believe you're lucky when you're 20-2 at the same point as you were a year ago. That's not luck. There's nothing lucky about that. What's lucky about that? A ball goes this way, a fumble goes that way, a call doesn't get called. Well, all in all, don't you think it's all evened out? The Eagles get some good calls. The Eagles get some bad calls. The Eagles get a shitty turnover. The Eagles get a lucky turnover. Don't you think it all pans out? And doesn't it all play out? I think that shit evens out. Right? 10-1? Right, Jojo, I'm with you. Sarcastically. That's not luck. Some are going to go like this. Well, look at all the one-possession games that they've been in this year. Well, look what's happened. They got 2 brand new coordinators, and they lost their 5 top tacklers on defense. You think there's going to be a little bit of a pause and a little bit of a growing pain that they're going to have to go through? Do you understand what the Eagles have done this year? They've retooled on the fly. Do you know how many teams are in constant rebuild, let alone retooling? Jalen Carter's constantly being held too. Prince, he's so freaking good. Dude, the guy next to him. Hey. Okay. Has he made up for last year? That's a different dude. That's not the guy I saw last year playing. That's just not. I really think Carter playing next to him has been the biggest addition for him in his growth. Okay? I'm not going to eat crow, Eagle fan, on Davis. The Eagles didn't even believe he was a 3-down guy. See, that's when people say that shit to me. Your own football team didn't think he was a 3-down guy. So what? Tracy Rocker has to eat crow too? Okay, if Tracy eats it, I'll do it. It's only luck for the Eagle haters. There's no such thing as 10-1 luck. Okay? There's no such thing as 10-1 luck. I got to give one to Jordan Davis as well. I think that's the first game ball I've ever given him. Congratulations. And a gigantic ball game, too. And the game of the year. Love Big Sills. Most honest man in sports. However, Sills respects people who challenge his statements, which is awesome, Sills. Thank you. Of course, man. Always. Why not? It's sports talk. That's why we're here, having fun. Talking about our passions. Kevin Byard was awesome. You're playing against a guy like Josh Allen. You're going to get beat. Everyone gets beat. BG 189 games in Philly and still a big impact last night. That's a tremendous, only kickers are usually up near 200 games, 189. Okay. You got a defensive end doing that? That's pretty impressive. 189. Now, let me ask you something here, real quick off the subject here before I give out the rest of my game balls. What's a bigger play in that Super Bowl? BG strip sack of Brady or the Philly special? What's a bigger play in that game? What's a bigger play in that game? The Brandon Graham strip sack or the Philly special to put him away? Philly. What's the bigger play? Strip sack, hands down. Strip sack. Damn, that's a tough one, but I got to go. Strip sack. Look at that. Philly. Some of you. Strip sack. Classic. Don't do that. The turnover won us the game. Strip sack. Well, hey. Strip sack. Strip sacking Tom Brady. Brady turning the ball over. As much as I love that Philly, I'll always love that play. It's my favorite Super Bowl play. You know what? That one, the Lynn Swan catch, the Swan catch, was great. Okay, the Marcus Allen run against the Redskins at Tampa Stadium was great. Okay, but man, I love that Philly play. I do. I love that play so much. All right, let me continue. Hey, how about this one? For a guy, and let me go back a year with Tone, and I never forgot it. Nicholas Morrow had a ton of tackles last year, and they went with your upgrade. By the way, TJ Edwards is a good football player. I think he's leading the NFL in tackles. It's not like he sucks. But once they signed him, they released Nicholas Morrow. Okay? They released him. He shows up in Philly, and they even cut him. They cut him. Put him on a practice squad. We had 12 tackles yesterday. The NFL getting in bed with gambling is why everything is lucky and bad calls cost games. Gamblers, when they lose, blame everything on their loss. Yeah, and get this. That's exactly correct, Warrior. Because what it does is it keeps people engaged in gambling. That's why the Red Zone channel was created. The Red Zone channel was created for gamblers, not you and me. Fantasy football is code for gambling. TJ Edwards is not a catcher. That's not true. And here is something you're going to be shocked about when I say this one. I think Darius Slay gets the ball. Darius Slay. I think Bradbury too. I think the corners were okay, man. I think they played well. Bradbury that was a really good game by him. I thought Slay did a nice job, man. I did. I thought Slay had a good game. Hurts, DeAndre Swift, Devontae Smith, or Swift, excuse me. Zacchaeus gets one. Carter and Davis. Kevin Byard gets one. Nicholas Morrow. Slay and Bradbury. Big comeback game for Bradbury. Huge, especially when you're playing a guy like that. Dude, Josh Allen you saw why I look at him and I see he's special. Here's the one thing you do again. At the end of the day, you turn around and you go, Sills, would you take special versus winner? Do you want to be special or do you want to be a winner? You can't take special. You can't take special over winning at any cost. Okay? I don't give field goal kickers game balls. Great skilled guy. Huge kick. Don't go to overtime without him. Okay? Those aren't football players to me. Those are like punters, skilled part of the game. Guys going out there like Jordan Davis running down Josh Allen from sideline to sideline. That's a football player. Okay? He kicked in the rain and win. Great. Phenomenal. He's a great kicker. Phenomenal. It's part of the game. Sure. He's not a football player. Guys with groin injuries, concussions. Those are football players. 30-day, I don't give field goal kickers and punters game balls. That'll never happen. They're not football players. It's a skilled part of the game. Not denying it. They're not football players. Jack Driscoll filled in for Lane. Deserves it. I thought he played better in the second half. I thought he played because at the first half, I thought they were pushing him around a little bit. By the way, as the game went on, Jordan Mailata looked impressive. Okay? Jordan Mailata looked impressive. Okay? If someone puts Jake Elliott, gets put on a stretcher, can he get a game ball then, Sills? If he gets put on a stretcher, if he kicks the game winner and then gets put on a stretcher, I'll think about it. I'll think about it. Jake Elliott is mentally tougher than Dak. Okay. Thank you, Greasy. Yeah, if Jake Elliott gets put on a stretcher and he's got an IV above his head and he just kicked 2 60-yarders and one of them was to win the Super Bowl, I might consider it. I do not put kickers on game ball lists. They're not football players. That's like telling me NASCAR is a sport. A guy going left for 4 hours in my Chevrolet is not a sport. Or golf is a sport. I'm chasing a white ball around in slacks I went to dinner with last night. And you're trying to tell me that that's a sport. It's not. You're not an athlete. If you golf, it's a skill. Bowling is a skill. It's not a sport. Punters and kickers are not football players. Okay? Pickleball's a sport. You have to move, hand-eye. I saw Jake make a tap. Now, wait a minute, Ray. If you could show me, look at what, who just said that? Hey, Sills, NASCAR is a sport if you're from Alabama. Yeah, so is running moonshine. Half of Brady's rings exist because of kickers, just saying. Okay. So a non-football player helped him win Super Bowls. Okay. The disrespect. 30-day, thank you. Greasy, thank you. Tone's got a good one, though. If he's laying on a stretcher and he's got an IV and an airbag on his knee after he kicked 2 60-yarders, I might think about it. Kickers got to run on special teams too. Yeah, they run to the sidelines because they got to run to their lounge chair. And their Mai Tai sitting under an umbrella. Come on, dog. What drills do they run? They kick. That's not a drill. It's not a drill. I mean, how many bags do you think Jake Elliott's ever run? Is that his name? Run through? 2? Or did he run through bags on a beach somewhere? Hey, Big Sills, top 5 red zone. I know that thing has really turned around big time. Look at Niner fan. Niner fan goes like this, pandering. Okay, Niner, you say I'm pandering today to Eagle fan. What did you see last night? What did you see last night that makes you come here on a football Monday that I'm pandering to something that you didn't witness or you don't want to admit? What did you see? What did you see? That's why hey, pandering when I said Josh Allen was the best player on the field and Hurts was the greatest winner on the field. You pick one. Do you want special? Or do you want the ultimate winner? Now, he's not the ultimate winner yet. I do have to put that into context. All this means nothing if you don't close it and win a Super Bowl. All this will mean nothing because you'll be Jim Kelly. Do people revere Jim Kelly? Why is the national media so biased against the Eagles? Gary asked, hey, sports, any activity that gets you to drink. Why is the national media, good kickers are a luck charm? Why are the national media people against the Eagles? I get this, because the national media, just like in the news, is against hardworking Americans. Did you ever figure that out? Philly's a blue-collar city. You're not New York or LA. You're hardworking people. The American media hates the hardworking people. That's Republican, Democrat. It's the culture you're in. They hurt hardworking people. LJ, just saying, got it. The media hates hardworking folks. You see, most people think that are in certain parties that our country is LA and New York. It's not. Niners all damn day. Let's bet the game then. Okay? Hey, you know what? I like what David just brought up. David just brought up one of the most shocking things was Kelsey and those illegal procedures, right? Was an awesome block. It's fatigue. You don't see him do that. Those guys are grinding now. Man, you just, get this, in 7 days. Hey, Niner fan, Cowboy fan, whatever fan, you just went through the defending champion and one of the best talented quarterbacks in the National Football League in a must-win situation. And you beat the Bills and you beat the Chiefs. Two teams I wasn't sure you're going to win. And you beat them. Man, you must be just unbelievably exhausted. Not to be political, but Big Sills is correct. Yeah, dude. Okay. Sills, are the Bills done? I don't think so because of the injuries at the quarterback position still in the AFC. I don't think they're done at 6-6 because I still don't believe in Cleveland and I still don't believe I don't know how. No, you know what? I should stop saying that about Mike Tomlin too, because Mike Tomlin just wins freaking games. He's such a great coach. He's just such a great coach. The Eagles' past 2 games have been wars. If you can't beat us now, San Francisco, you suck. Hey, I will say this, Pickin. I'll be shocked if they beat San Francisco. If you beat San Francisco, It'd be one of the greatest runs I've ever seen. How are you not exhausted? Not and with the injuries too. How are you not exhausted? Man, I'll tell you what you did. You put the league on notice last night. You know what that message was? Get this. I can't tell you how many games I tuned or shows I tuned on this last week where people were going, oh, they're going to drop this game. Got to have a letdown. They're going to drop that game. Got to have a letdown. Skip Bayless is going on the air going, those guys were so lucky. You know what he keeps doing? That's the third week in a row now. He said that the Eagles were lucky after beating the Cowboys, the Chiefs, and now the Bills. It's 3 weeks of saying lucky. You know how you guys get on me sometimes for saying such? How can you go 12 quarters of saying that a team's lucky? That's 10-1. After a while, don't you look at him and go, you're doing this for reaction, aren't you? Because you can't mean it. Because anybody with common sense in their brain would never think that. That's uncommon. The Eagles are doing things right now that are uncommon. Have they peaked too soon? I don't think they've peaked at all. I think they're fighting. Dude, they haven't had a layup game at all. 40 minutes to 20 minutes, top and still get the win. Absolutely, man. Dude, Bills dominated that game. Had 92 plays. What was the total number? 92 to 65. Those people almost ran 30 more plays than you. That's incredible. That's a half. Get this. The Bills had basically a half's more worth of plays than you and still lost. The message is don't F with us. Ryan, if you're a football team and you watch what this team has been doing over the last month, you got to just do this. Shit. Surely they're going to run out of gas this week. That's not a game plan. See, Bayless and some of these other guys and these cowboy honks. You know what Michael Irvin texts me? Hey, get this. You know what Michael Irvin texted me last night? I got to share this with you. I got to share this with you. No. Hey, I'm going to share this with you after the break. And I'll show you the text. I got to write it down. Michael Irvin. About what he said about the Eagles. Remember, he came on this program about a year ago and called you guys the beginning of a dynasty. You can go back and watch that because he showed up here. I'll do that. Hey, guys, don't forget. Hey, we really appreciate you guys doing this and coming aboard with us here. I want to thank all our good friends at Hooters here for having it and making it happen. By the way, here on a Football Monday, you get an opportunity to see some of the winners, but also don't forget, you also get a chance to be part of our great program on winning some gift certificates. We'll show you how to do that. That'll start tomorrow. But don't forget also, Happy Wingsgiving from Hooters. The entire month of November, you're going to get specials like Coors Light drafts, $2.99, 25 cents. Go to local charities. The 2024 calendars are out. I mean, $100 in gift coupons are also involved in that as well. Go to northeasttutors.com. That's northeasttutors.com. Lunch specials, Monday through Friday, 11:30 to 3 p.m. Military Mondays, 20% off. Wing Wednesdays, 1983. I appreciate it. Don't forget, go to northeasttutors.com. I talked to Frank Wright. He's been on the program 5 times. He was just fired. Would you want him back? I I have a comment from Michael Irvin, and I have a comment from Frank Reich. I think after the dust settles, we'll get Frank on. I'll tell you what he said. Hour number 2 is coming up. Don't forget, Tone will join us at the bottom of that hour. 4:30 Eastern, Fox 29, Gary Cobb will join us. Would you want Frank Reich back? And I'm going to tell you what he told me prior to me coming on the air here. And I'll tell you what Michael Irvin said about your Eagles. Keep it here on the National Football Show.
Football and Hooters, the perfect pair.
If you own a company and you're not producing a podcast, you're missing out. The public consumes messaging when they're ready. Join the professional podcast network of companies and let JAKIB Media Partners put you in the podcast arena. Come to our professional studio or we'll come to your place of business and professionally produce your company podcast. Call JAKIB Media right now at 267-261-3428. 267-261-3428.
We're here to show you a better way to spend your state income taxes and get the money to where it's needed to most to the thousands of qualified kids.
What we like about Blocks is they really know where the need is.
This program ensures that their dollars come 100% into these kids for their tuition assistance.
If you are able, Blocks makes the EITC piece go very quickly and very smoothly.
Turn your PA state tax liability into need-based scholarships and receive a 90% tax credit.
Underdog Fantasy has a way for you to play alongside your favorite football team all season long with their Fantasy Pick'em game. You pick between 2 to 5 players, select whether they'll go higher or lower on one of their stats, then do what you usually do on a Sunday, watch the games. You can win up to 20 times your money in a single game by going 5 for 5. It's a fantasy game, and the Sports Betting Show wants you to get involved. Go to UnderdogFantasy.com. When you sign up, use the promo code WIN, and Underdog will double your first deposit up to $100. That's UnderdogFantasy.com. Use the promo code WIN.
EAGLES, Eagles.
I had a lot of people contacting me last night. Frank Reich was telling me that it looked like he was going to be fired last night. And then he texted me. I've known Frank for over 45 years. Michael Irvin said something to me. By the way, congratulations to Ashley in Arizona and Sean from PA on our Football Monday winners for our Hooters, gift certificates and some merchandise. Congratulations to you. Thank you for playing along. Tomorrow we'll start up on it again. We'll tell you all the information tomorrow. Let me get to the topic page. I want to get to the topic page because I want to do this right, and I want to make sure I do it right because I want to get the words right here. Here's Michael Irvin. Michael Irvin told me this morning and last night how depressed he was watching the Eagles. He was depressed. He was depressed. I said, what? How could you not be inspired by that? He goes, my quarterback doesn't exhibit that. You hear what I said? My quarterback doesn't exhibit that. He's right. When has Prescott ever exhibited the willingness to never lose? And as Mike and I were raised by Jimmy, death before defeat. We used to have shirts, death before defeat, with that guy behind me. Death before, I believe they have that mentality. Death before defeat. Philly fans love the Buddy Ryan era because of the team's toughness. This is much more sophisticated level of toughness with these Eagles. Yes. That was intimidation. Do you know how this group intimidates you? Winning. Here, guys. But still, listen. You have to slam the door, though. Boy, I would say this. You know what I would do if I were Eagle fans right now on this Monday? And you should celebrate. By the way, I know other fan bases are in here watching. This is how you should be talking. Not about 3-game losing streaks because you don't have players in. Remember I said it? Hey, how do you think the Eagles would play without Lane Johnson or A.J. Brown? How do you think they'd play? Well, they proved it to me what they did last night. Okay? They proved it to me last night. They proved it in an emphatic way. Damn it, man. It's really inspiring to watch. It's inspiring. I really hope they win a Super Bowl. Got to win one, man. If you don't, it'll mean nothing. Hey, by the way, how many people in here revere Jim Kelly? How many look at Jim Kelly and revere him? Not first Rocky, but Rocky 2. Go for it. Like you, Gary. How many people revere what Jim Kelly and those? Remember, I told you they were 49-17 over 4 years with 4 AFC championships and 4 Super Bowl defeats. How do you look at him? Do you look at him? How do you categorize Jim Kelly? Respect? Okay. Oh, Jim's been on the program. You know, he's one of my brothers. Sills, you still got Dallas and the Bills in the Super Bowl? Until they're eliminated, I got to stick with them, Tank. Okay? Still got to stick with them. I'm not going to. That's a flip-flop. Okay? That's a flip-flop. That I will admit. If I came out here and went, no Bill, that's a flip-flop. That I'm not going to flip-flop on until they're eliminated. Hey, by the way, with that win, didn't the Eagles become the first team to qualify for the playoffs? Didn't they qualify for the playoffs with that win last night? If I'm not mistaken, I think the Eagles became the first team to qualify for the playoffs last night. Okay? So now it's about seeding. And they pretty much almost got that thing wrapped up. Okay. Michael Irvin said he was depressed, and I go, why are you depressed? And he kept going, my quarterback doesn't show that kind of guile to want to just win at all cost. He goes, that guy just, man, he was just like, it's depressing because obviously he's got cowboy blood in him. He'll always, I at least give him the pass because he played and won 3 Super Bowls with the Cowboys. I don't know what some of these other media guys' interest is in it. Jim Kelly's great, but only in the football community. Rings are the only thing that cements your name against casual football followers. Warriors, that's such a hard scale, but you're right. Jalen Hurts and get this. As I said, I tuned on listening to Rob and Tone talk about all these accolades. You know what I kept thinking? Shit. I sure hope they win one. Because all that shit won't mean anything. At the end of the day, all you need is one. The Braves were validated by that one World Series with Smoltz, Maddox, and Glavine. They only needed one. Okay? Sales, Hurts beat all your quarterbacks. Okay? Go win a Super Bowl now. Okay? Win a Super Bowl. Has to be. And by the way, that's not a rip, and I don't think it should be anything that you guys are not wanting to have happen for. I swear on my kid, I want you to win the Super Bowl to validate all this hard work, all that pain, all that hard-ass effort that you've been putting into this for 2 years, the mental grind you're on. You got to win it, man. Dude, you know what? I kind of like wavered whether or not it was going to be whether, hey, if you don't win a Super Bowl, it was really still a good year. Now I'm like this. You got to win it. You have to win it. You have to win it. You have to. All right. I talked to Frank Reich. He's been on this program 5 or 6 times. You know this. He was going to become the offensive coordinator if he didn't get the Carolina job. By the way, David Tepper, at the end of the day, David Tepper, he's the richest guy in the league. Okay? He's the richest owner. And he could just write those FU checks. And what happens when guys like that, you know what they are? They're impatient. The only difference between David Tepper and George Steinbrenner hired people who won and had great executives around him, and they knew how to pick talent. David Tepper is not Jeffrey Lurie. Jeffrey Lurie has a great instinct in hiring head coaches. He has a spectacular instinct in hiring head coaches. And it's true. Guys, I'm going to take you to draft day. Okay? On draft day, when they were deciding to move up to get the number 1 pick, Frank Wright said, he's awful small for the talent we have on the current roster now. The owner wanted this kid so bad, they moved that wide receiver. And Frank was like, so you're going to take the number 1 weapon away that is in our building from a kid who I don't know can last behind a suspect O-line. And David Tepper goes, who do you want? And Frank goes, I want Stroud. He's bigger. Tepper goes, yeah, but This guy won national championships. And Frank's like this. That has nothing to do with playing in the NFL. David Tepper goes, well, you want the job. We're getting Bryce Young, and I want him. That's why they gave up all that equity. Frank didn't want to give up the team's future like that. David Tepper is the reason that the Carolina Panthers are a shit stain right now organization. They have knee-jerk reactions. They have a meddling owner, and they have an owner who doesn't have patience. I heard people say Matt Rule's a bad hire. How do you know? How do you know? When you have an impatient owner and a guy who makes personnel decisions, how do you know? There's no coach on the planet that coaches in the NFL right now that could go to Carolina and succeed when you have somebody making decisions for you with your personnel, your coaching staff, and your head coach. You can't win that way. You know, he thinks he's a hedge fund guy. David Tepper's a hedge fund dude. He's not a football guy. Okay? He's a hedge fund guy. What in the world would he know about C.J. Stroud versus Bryce Young? I said the same thing. The kid's a great college guy. So was Charlie Ward. Man. These guys were all good in college. They're too small to play in the – no, Kobe Dean is too small to play in the NFL. Okay? He's too small. Yeah, but the difference between Tepper and Jerry Jones, he had the insight to hire Jimmy Johnson at least. Remember something. Jerry's only hired one. Think what Lurie's done. Think what Jeffrey Lurie's done. Jerry Jones has hired one great coach in his entire time owning the team since 1989. He's hired one guy. Jimmy. The rest of them have been Parcells. He even failed there. Parcells didn't win there. So David Tepper. So I go to Frank. I go like this. Frank, what would be your role if the Eagles were to call you now? And would you do it or would you take time? Frank Wright would be perfect for us to grabbing consistent. I doubt anyone hires him for head coach again soon. Here, Big Marshall. Here's why he would come to Philly. He recommended Nick. It was him. It was Frank who recommended Nick Sirianni to ownership. He said that on this program. The first time that Frank Reich came on this program, I said, who called you first about Sirianni? He said, Jeffrey Lurie. And then Howie called me. And then the Carson Wentz deal happened. Unlike some of the people that are sideline people that make shit up, Frank said that himself right here. So I asked him, if you were to think about a role, what would your role be? He goes, probably special assistant to the head coach or advisor, an offensive advisor to the head coach. I think it's about $300,000 or something. Frank would probably waive it because he's going to get paid by David Tepper. Look how many coaches that guy's fired in the last 3 years. And what does Nick remember something? Shane Steichen worked for who? Frank. Who worked for Frank? Nick. They were all under Mike McCoy's staff in San Diego. Wide receiver coach, Nick Sirianni. OC, Frank Wright. When he got the job at Indy, he became OC. Steichen was on the staff. Brian Baker was on the staff. These guys are all in with one another. And most importantly, the Eagles revere and love Frank Reich. How about this? If you were going to have heart surgery in your life and you had the greatest heart surgeon, and then as a consultant, the second greatest heart surgeon wanted to be at your side when you were doing heart surgery on the president, wouldn't you want that advice from the second smartest guy on the planet? Or would you still want to go with training wheels Brian Johnson and the confusion that you have at times on what you've seen with two different game plans? You know what you would get with your game plans on a weekly basis? Continuity. It wouldn't look so up and down. You know why Jalen Hurts doesn't look the same? Because the game plan's not the same. One half it's this, one half it's that. And you know what's crazy? He's still putting the same numbers up, but I now have figured out why he doesn't look like last year, because the game plan doesn't. One day it's here, one day it's over here. I mean, shit. Tell me I'm wrong. It just looks different. All right, let's get my friend Tone in here. By the way, okay, it's coming back now. There we have it here. Tone, let's start right there with Frank Reich. What do you think about potentially Frank Reich coming in as an advisor to the coaching staff? Not in the role as OC.
Right.
You don't want to upset too much.
Right.
But what would you make of that?
I love it. Frank has such a good rapport with this team, the staff already. You said it yourself, the Nick Sirianni connection, and obviously Shane Steichen was here last year. He's a Super Bowl winning offensive coordinator here already, has a relationship with Howie, so on and so forth. So I'm not against it at all. I would welcome it with open arms. I'm just curious about does he want to take, some time away to recalibrate. And look, as much as we have our opinions about Brian Johnson, trust me, I have plenty. I look at it like this. Let's just say, hypothetically speaking, let's say Brian Johnson gets a job somewhere else next year. Do you also consider bringing Frank Reich back for an OC job?
I wouldn't think about it. I would do it.
No, that's my point exactly. I wouldn't hesitate at all. But again, to answer your immediate question, would I welcome him back? Absolutely. It can only help us.
Give me your takeaways from last night.
Instant classic. The game goes down as a classic game for both sides. Even though the Bills lost the game, it was a classic moment. It was a classic evening for both teams. Jalen Hurts submitted himself firmly in the thick of the MVP race. In my opinion, that game put him in the lead.
No. He's in the lead.
Yeah. That game for me put him without a doubt in the lead of the MVP race. I'm watching that game from beginning to end, and it took me through so many emotions because I was so lost what the game plan was in the first half. I'm sitting here thinking to myself, you lost Lane Johnson for the game. You come out and you try to set up 3 passing plays in a row, and you put Jack Driscoll on the island with Leonard Floyd. Come on, man. This cannot be life here. So I had a lot of questions and concerns about the offensive game plan in the first half. Defense, I felt like they got stops in certain spots. But again, Josh Allen and those guys, it's just going to eventually the levees are going to break. So you can't just expect a guy like Josh Allen to not be able to put points on the board. And it makes it even worse when your defense is getting stops and the offense isn't doing anything with it. And then Jalen Carter blocks a field goal before halftime. And then you give the ball right back to them and give them a touchdown. So a lot of self-inflicted wounds in the first half, and then the second half comes. And all of a sudden, Jalen Hurts and those boys, they just turn up. And remind you, they were down 10 points going into halftime, but to take it a step further, they were down 10 points going into the fourth quarter. So Jalen Hurts just played the game of his life. It was an MVP performance. Devontae Smith showed up, and he was so clutch on third downs. AJ Brown had a clutch touchdown. Olamide Zaccheaus with the best catch of the day. My guy Jalen Hurts put the ball on a string, and when he rolled left, I'm thinking to myself, where is he going with this ball? It's 3rd and 15. He's running out of options. He's running out of options, and all of a sudden, he just finds Olamide in the back of the end zone. I feel like Jalen Hurts played, again, first half was very rocky. Nothing to write home about in the first half at all. His passer rating was like a 7. That's how bad it was. But then the second half, he was damn near perfect. Put up 5 touchdowns on the day, over 200 total yards of offense, 2 turnovers. Got to get that cleaned up. But, man, Jalen Hurts, that was the MVP game for him. And on top of that, like you've been talking about, back-to-back weeks, you're going up against your rivals. You're going up against these quarterbacks that people have compared you to, or some people feel like you're not really
Your
in their
contemporaries.
class. And exactly. And now people are legitimately questioning, yo, who's the better quarterback, right? But again, I was saying this earlier on Sports Tape. Josh Allen played out of his mind. Like, Josh Allen was a man possessed yesterday. If you take away that turnover, which you can't, but if you exclude that, he played out of his mind. He by far look. We're not going to argue about this. The fact of the matter is, if you had to ask me who's the more talented player, Josh Allen is more talented than Hurts. But who's the better winner? Who do I want leading my team? Who do I trust the most? Who am I rolling with? I got to pick Jalen Hurts. And we talked about this last week. Jalen Hurts doesn't wow you in any area. Doesn't have the biggest arm. Isn't the most athletic. All that kind of stuff. But he just knows how to play the position. He knows how to win the game. He knows when to push all the right buttons at the right time. And I'm rolling with that.
Josh Allen is special. Hurts is the ultimate winner.
Correct. And I'm with that 100%.
You have to determine what you want on your team. By the way, the reason also that I was more impressed, Lane was out. And with
point.
Lane being out, he's ahead of a Niner all day. He's by far ahead of Purdy. Your guy looked like a turd without Trent Williams. So to me, when the comment, and I made it, I go, how would he look without Lane? Well, that happened. And I'm like this, they wobbled. I thought they wobbled in the first half, the offensive line, because they were giving up hits on him. They had a 3-and-out right away.
Mm-hmm.
Get this, the entire right side, if you think about it, was gone from a year ago. Okay, Isaac Seumalo, Goddard, and Lane. That entire right side was gone.
Mm-hmm.
So when people go, that's the best. That's why when you listen to guys like Tony Romo, they're going, you see these guys up here? These are the best. No. There were only 3 guys left from the original group from a year ago, and a Hall of Fame right tackle and one of the top 5 tight ends is out. So he won with all that out of the game. And how he came back, like I said, you see, Tone, to me, it really comes down to one stat. There's 2 stats with him, the winning stat and the touchdown stat. Because if you start looking into it and you start, like I said, look at what he's done the last 2 weeks. And you know what headline readers are going to do. Tone, they're going to go like this the last 3 weeks when it comes to Hurts. 200 yards against the Bills, 150 against KC, 207 versus Dallas. Some people are going to, I know voters. I know how some of these guys act because they have a preference on who they think is the better guy. And this is going to be all they need. That's why being 10-1, you can't deny it. And the people he's beating.
Yep. And also,
you just can't deny. There's no denying what he's doing.
And also, I'm actually kind of glad the game went into overtime. Obviously, it helped the Eagles win the game, but I'm glad it went into overtime because at that point, it was the last game standing in the 4:00 slot. Everybody had to tune in. When they found out, everybody knew that when all the other games were over and there was only one 4:00 game left and the game went into overtime, everyone had to lock in and see who was going to win that game. Everybody knew about that second half being what it was. And Jalen Hurts.
It helps promote the Niner game.
Exactly. Jalen Hurts gets his opportunity. He gets the ball and he drives down the field methodically, dishing it to Smith here, dishing it to Gainwell here. He marched down that field so methodically. Even on the field goal drive in the fourth quarter, he marched down that field. I think he only had maybe 2 timeouts. Marched down the field little by little. Okay, throw it to the out route. Okay, get out of bounds. Throw it over here, out of bounds. He was so patient and so
They did a nice
methodical.
job managing the clock there too,
And
and that 2-minute drill.
beautiful management of the clock. So I'm looking at
That was
Jalen
nice.
Hurts as this dude, like, yo, I trust this dude with my kids, and I ain't got no kids. Like, I trust this dude with the launch codes. You dig what I'm saying? I trust this dude like beyond belief. And again, say what you want about his skill set, say what you want about him not being the most talented. I don't care about none of that. Talent don't win championships. Winners do. It's just that simple for me.
Do you know what they're debating right now with Nick Wright? Somebody text me. Do you blame Josh Allen for that loss? Instead of looking at it like this, instead of doing it like this, because he's a Mahomes honk. So
yeah, sure, definitely.
And so he's got to look at it like, okay, they're lucky, they're this, they're that. Look at how they diminish Jalen Hurts. It's not about what Hurts did. And if you didn't come away from that game going like this, I don't know, man. I think you need a shotgun to kill that guy because you're not just going to beat him.
You know why?
And you're just not going to beat him. You know, Tone, they have conditioned themselves so much now, but I also think they're fatigued. And part of the fatigue is, follow me here, Kelsey illegal procedures, the 178 in run offense, not from run teams. And some go, well, that's Josh Allen. Well, that's when you play good quarterbacks. You got to worry about those guys with play action, those guys that move around. Hey, dude, what are you going to do against Lamar if you play against him in the Super Bowl? You're going to get that same kind of bullshit when you see Lamar, and he's a tad bit more electric in open space.
Yeah. You know, I get the Bills. I get their running game more credit because if you really look at the numbers, even prior to the game, they have a top 10 rush offense, believe it or not.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, but believe it or not, right? Like this is actually a year where they actually can run the ball much better.
Huh. The kid Cook's good.
Yeah, I like him actually. He runs very well. But you know, all these guys, what they don't realize is not only do they have a responsibility to carve these narratives out because they're national guys, they have a responsibility that they're not living up to, but it's okay. The fact of the matter is, the more they talk like this, the more it fuels the city, the more it fuels this organization and it fuels the quarterback. Because what they fail to realize is he operates at this level. He operates at this RPM. He's used to being doubted at this level.
Tone, I just think these media guys sometimes just hate hard-working teams. I mean,
you know what it is? No. You know what they hate? They hate things. See, I was talking to Rob about this earlier. Most of these guys on TV now, they're analytics guys. They're analytics guys, right? And a lot of these guys, they hate what they can't measure. They hate what they can't quantify. If they can't put a number on it, if they don't have a stat for it, it's not real to them, or it doesn't make sense to them, or it's luck to them, right? Look. That word's been thrown around with Philadelphia. Now I understand they wore Kelly Green yesterday. I know that's the Irish colors, but the fact of the matter is,
luck.
That's not luck. What you're seeing
How
here.
could that be luck?
Again, like I said, these guys on the national scale, if they can't measure it, it means nothing to them.
Agreed.
Everything about the Philadelphia Eagles goes beyond the numbers. Everything about the Philadelphia Eagles goes beyond measure, goes beyond analytics. Sileo, you played this game before. What you guys did in Miami,
unbelievable.
You can't measure that.
No,
you can't put a number on that.
It's death before defeat kind of shit, and it totally is. However, I'm going to bring it back to center here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I brought up 49-17 with Jim Kelly. All those things that you talk about, Tone, all of the accomplishments, all of the wins.
I follow you.
All of it. They need one. They don't need 41. They don't need 3. They need one. They need to validate this because to me, you're in the area of the Miami Dolphin run where the Dolphins went undefeated. And they had those 3 AFC championship appearances and that Shula team back in the day that won Super Bowls against the Cowboys, the Minnesota Vikings, and then I think the Cowboys again. They won 2 Super Bowls and 3 Super Bowls. They got beat by the Cowboys. but they won 2 in 3 years, but 3 in a row. You're in that shit. You got to validate it though here, Tone. You got to punch through here, man. I mean, it really is now Super Bowl or nothing.
I agree with you 100%. I even entered this season. It's Super Bowl or bust. I knew that from the beginning, regardless of how this defense is going to look, regardless of how the offense is going to look, or the coaches.
Are you shocked where they are 10-1? I am.
Yeah, because I actually had them losing. I can't remember what it was. I had
2 or
them
3 games.
I had them losing the Jets game.
Like 9-3 right now. Probably I had it probably like 9-3.
Yeah, if they're 10-1 now, I had them probably being 8-3 at this mark.
Okay.
Something like that. I thought they would lose to the Jets. I thought they would I thought they would split with the Cowboys. That still remains to be seen. I think I also had them losing to who was on their schedule?
KC.
I think I had them losing to KC.
Dolphins.
I had them lose. Actually, this is funny. I had them losing to the Jets. I had them losing to Miami, I think. And then
with Rodgers.
With Rodgers. This is all with Rodgers, right? You know, this is all preseason. But the bottom line is though, they've surpassed my expectations. I think I actually had them losing this game before the season started. But you know, as everything gets into motion, you know, you start to get into the thick of things. And the fact of the matter is, they're 10-1, and they have so far surpassed my expectations because the schedule is harder, and that's not to say they would have been worse, but the schedule is harder. You know, your room for error is slimmer. So again, I had them maybe 8-3 at this mark, maybe 9-2, but they're 10-1. I mean, and the bottom line is, I had them finishing the season at minimum 12-5. That's what I had them finishing the season with, 12-5, and they're definitely going to pass that. So, man, if they beat the 49ers this Sunday, and it's so crazy how it's Monday, we're already talking about Sunday, but if they beat the 49ers on Sunday, I think they had the NFC on lock, in my opinion.
You're 2-point underdogs at home at 10-1.
Yeah, we're used. Yeah, it ain't nothing new. It ain't nothing new.
You see that? You listen to that sarcastic voice right there. Dude, how can you be 2-point under? You got to be the first 10-1 team in consecutive years to be underdogs going into a game against a team that's lost 3 ball games. How is that possible?
Hey, listen, the Philly Godfather said it best, man. You know, they're it's luck. They're hanging on by a thread. So someone has to knock them off, right? I mean, the Philly Godfather, he puts the money up. You know what I mean? So hey, you gotta believe the bettors, believe Vegas, believe the guys that put the money. Keep believing them, please. Keep believing them.
I'm still going to stick to my guns. I want Brian Johnson replaced at the end of the year.
I understand.
He's not good enough. Hey, Tone, here again. You guys, everyone keeps going, well, you know, he had a better second half. He's good here. He's good. I'm like, why in the world, if you're a Super Bowl contending team, are you dicking around with experimental coordinators? What is the absolute mentality in that when here, Tone, either someone's in the way in the first half, because do we not agree? Some people are going like this. Well, you know what, man? The adjustments that they're making from the shitty first halves they have. Okay, well, you haven't your responsibility as a head coach is to get out of the way and to fix and have it a little bit smoother for your game plan. It is so different from what they do. They wanted to throw the ball in the first half. And get this, they were not ready to do that in the element.
It was pouring down raining.
They came back in the second half and ran the ball.
You know what's so funny? You know, I'm a firm believer that it's the coach's head job to chart the course, and the player's head, and it's the player's job, the quarterback's job to steer the ship. And when you're charting a bad course, when you're setting your crew up for disaster, how can you get to your destination, right? You know, I've really been thinking about this because I've been hard on Brian Johnson, like really hard on him, right? And the thing is, though, I want him to succeed, but this isn't even personal anymore. This is more so about what we're seeing on the field. I'm curious to know who's really controlling what in that first half, because when you watch those first halves, it's so eerily similar to the 2-5 Eagles in 2021. They're trying to force feed the pass game. They're trying so hard to throw it downfield and drop Jalen Hurts back. And the scripted plays just seem abysmal. They seem just disorderly.
Do you notice one thing in each of those games that we watched the first half that's chaotic? There's one 10-play drive in each one of those first halves.
Exactly.
But once that gets
away after their first drive, which always goes terrible.
That gets away from that, they seemingly are lost.
Mm-hmm.
Then what do? They revert back to who they are.
And that's my problem.
You know what I think? The Eagles go as far out as they can. Then they realize, shit, we're going to reel it back in and be who we are. But, dude, all that right there is why you've had one score opportunities for other teams to beat you. Every single game this year, except maybe the Bucs game, has been like the last possession, or the Rams game has been like the last possession could get you beat. Every freaking game has been like that, Tone. And it's just too up and down. Either there's too many voices in the room, or there's one voice in the room. And you know what, to me, and it goes to your point here, and this is why I think it's Nick. Because you know why? The reason you can't fix it, because it comes from the head coach.
Yeah,
now that's
really
a theory.
No,
okay,
listen,
I
we
don't
talked
know
about
that.
this off air. No, listen, we talked about this before the show even started. I brought it to your attention. I'm saying to you, I've been pointing the finger at Brian Johnson for so long, and John McMullen pretty much told me the answer to this. I was talking to John, I think last week, and he basically was saying that, not last week, but the week prior. He basically was saying that, when it comes to this game plan, it's Nick Sirianni's game plan, and Brian Johnson is calling the plays. So, yeah, they all sit in the room and discuss the game plan, but it's Nick Sirianni's game plan. How they approach these games from the beginning is from Nick Sirianni.
It is.
So, to me, that tells me that, okay, so is Nick Sirianni responsible for these slow starts?
Yes.
And then in the second half, now Brian Johnson is able to get creative and call plays?
Because it's not scripted.
Because it's not scripted anymore. So, again, that begs the question, have we been pointing the finger at the wrong guy all season? Because, again, he's still the OC, not the head coach. He has to fall in line. And look, I'm not trying to make excuses for him. Now we're trying to think critically.
No.
You know what I mean?
It's rationalizing it out, because if it's not being changed,
right,
it's not from the OC then. I agree.
Exactly.
It's from the head coach, because
it has to be.
Hey, man, he's a soldier in this thing. He ain't the general. That comes from the general. And in my opinion, it does look like the first half of some of these games this year looked like the 2-5 team when Sirianni was play caller. The further they get from that, you get more Brian Johnson wanting to run the ball. I think personally, Brian Johnson wants to run the ball. I think he knows that sets up play action, brings the backers back up a little closer. You're able to get people more open. That's why, and they're implementing Swift. And get this, people call it adjustment. I call it getting away from Nick's play calling.
And what's so funny? If you really think about who Brian Johnson has been throughout his coaching career, he found a way to maximize Dak Prescott at Mississippi State when nobody wanted him on their college roster. He's been a huge part of Jalen Hurts' development, in 2021 and on forward. And
he was good at Florida too.
Exactly. So I'm looking at it like this, right? Didn't he coach Anthony Richardson as well at some point?
No, I don't think it was Richardson. It might be that kid that's the backup now down there.
Kyle Trask? Is it Kyle Trask?
Kyle Trask. It might be Kyle Trask because Dan Mullen was the head coach of Florida at the time, and he was at Mississippi State, so he may have been down there with him. Because remember something, Kyle Trask didn't have a scholarship offer,
right?
The same way Dak didn't.
But he got Dak drafted. He got Kyle Trask
drafted in the second round.
So I have a hard time believing that Brian Johnson doesn't know how to maximize a player. So again, that goes back to what we said.
It's Nick.
The scripted game plan is worse than the off-scripted, which is crazy. Typically, your scripted plays is supposed to be the easy points, and everything else, you kind of go along as you go. I'm going to start pointing the finger at Nick Sirianni from now on, because it makes no sense. Because if you notice in the second half, they start doing a lot more camera cut to Brian Johnson, and he's feeding a lot more to Jalen in the second half. Whereas though in the first half, they're kind of just allowing things to kind of play itself out a little bit.
You saw a little bit different creativity in the second half too than you did in the first half.
You saw. I don't know if you remember
That's
this.
not Nick.
They ran. They put Jack Stoll in a similar position that they would put Dallas Goedert, and they kind of ran a similar play with the with the RPO.
He
Jalen
really
Hurts.
had a nice play down the sideline.
Yeah.
Too, when he ran that guy over.
Exactly. So
I love that.
That's
play.
the creativity, and he utilized all his guys. He got Olamide involved, Jack Stoll involved. You know what I mean? He's like, it's again. I'm looking at this offensive coaching staff, and I'm criticizing them as a group, but I have to put more onus on Nick Sirianni for establishing the game plan. And my biggest problem with the Philadelphia Eagles has always been lean into who you are, because that's how we win games. Like I don't mind us throwing the ball more, but we can't get away from who we are. That's my biggest thing. But overall, though, Jalen Hurts, I think the way he plays, he's found a way to win games in spite of it.
You think Jalen trusts that coaching staff?
Man, I don't know.
Because didn't that second half look all him?
That second half, he took over.
It just looked him, not play calling. And it was, dude, you could call anything you want. You could tell me to paint something, but it comes to the artist that has to put the portrait out there.
It always goes back to the players. John McMullen says this all the time. I'll lean on John a lot because he's been covering the game for a while. John, he got this from Nick Sirianni. And the fact that Nick Sirianni has this self-awareness is interesting to me. He says, you want to see a good coach? Well, I'll show you good players. So he understands he's a product of his talent. I can respect that in a man. Him straight up saying, look, I am where I am because of these guys out here. So to your point, I think these guys are playing above the level of their coaches.
Yeah, me too.
I'll be honest. I think they are. They're so talented. A lot of people say, I like Colin. I heard, he says things I like, sometimes says things I don't like. But one thing he always says is the Eagles are very consistent. They get cute in the first half, and then in the second half, they go back to doing what they do best. And you're right. And it's true. They get cute in that first half. They dick around a little bit. And all of a sudden, the second half, now they're ready to play football. Devontae Smith said it when they asked him at the end of the game. They said, what's the difference between the first and the second half? How do you guys keep doing this? And he was like, honestly, I think we just came out ready to play football in the second half. That's
well. Here, let me
say about it.
Let me put this out there to you too. By the way, Dirty, I agree. I think it was all Jalen in the second half here.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say one more time here about the play calling and all of this. I mean, they get in the way here, man. They're just getting in the way, and it's gonna haunt you in a game that matters, like it did in the show. Get this. You guys did everything right last year like this.
Mm-hmm.
You're doing everything right again. Those coaches, dude, I told you months ago, the coaches are going to cost them, not the players.
Well, in the offseason, they were my biggest concern.
How about this? How can it be so different, Tone? I get this. If the game plan, you're adjusting, you want to go to do this, you see the guys, less games with the Chiefs, Jalen changed. A lot of audibles in that one too, I agree. I think they put the game in his hands in the second half, and I think they put the game in his hands totally in the overtime.
What's so funny?
I don't think there was a lot of play calling going on there.
Don't they do that a lot with the some of the best quarterbacks?
Yes.
They say, you know what? Okay, this is what we're trying to get. This is what we're trying to accomplish, but we want you to cook it. Here are the ingredients. Cook it.
That's what I think Steichen did last year. I think Steichen did more of that last year. Gave him a variety of plays that he could run in situations. And that's why Jalen sometimes he ran more because he thought it was more advantageous to run at that particular time. And if you see him in the second half versus the Chiefs and the Bills, Jalen Hurts' runs were so good. Now, I think the league's catching up with him a little bit on some of those design plays. Those ones up the middle, though, are still – get this. Let me tell you this, man. I think they caught the Bills off guard.
With the all-out blitz, yeah.
With the all-out blitzes and him going up the middle because they thought he was hurt and they thought he'd be more perimeter. those up the middle design runs were backbreakers in that
Yeah.
game.
What really made it also when Swift motioned all the way to the right,
Yeah.
they bit on that so bad. And the moment Hurts saw them, he drew a safety and I think he drew the safety, a linebacker, and the nickel all the way over when Swift got in motion. And then when they came in at all out blitz, Hurts just took off in the end zone to win the game. I mean, you know what? Jalen Hurts is such a cerebral player. I don't think he gets enough credit for
he's
being.
brilliant.
I don't think he gets enough credit for being a field general, being a game. You really man. People say the game manager title is a bad thing, right? But
it's stupid. Media
but the reality is Tom Brady was the most elite of the elite game managers.
Tone, these offenses are built boutique for one man.
Right. You have to manage the game. And
okay, when you say he's a game manager, you're not going to have the same game plan for Jimmy Garoppolo as you did for Trey Lance or if you did for Brock Purdy. Brock Purdy's not going to run like Trey Lance is. Every one of these offenses today in the NFL are boutique offenses that are designed for one guy. So if he's a game manager, he's the game manager of the Jalen Hurts offense.
Exactly. The
Look
way
at
he runs that offense is insane.
Gardner Mitchell could be a playoff quarterback this year. But he showed last year he could not run the Eagle offense.
Because it wasn't made for him.
It wasn't made for him. Now, Shane Steichen has changed that up for him.
He's had time to change it, because it was for Anthony Richardson. He's had week after week, he's been adjusting that game plan.
The Colts are sitting in the 7-hole right now.
And they got a real chance of staying there too.
Okay, so again, Jonathan Taylor's helping out a lot now too. By the way,
yeah, of course it helps. Yeah, definitely.
But the point is, when they say game manager, I'm like, I'll tell you one thing that I did see that became a little bit troublesome for me in that game is that you see what Josh Allen was doing, which was so simple and it's predictable. He was sitting there, and what Brady is a good coordinator. He is a good coordinator in Buffalo.
No, I like Joe Brady.
Bring motion across, and you know what it did? It exposed the secondary because when the secondary didn't follow him, you knew he was in a zone.
Yep.
And he knew exactly where to go with the ball, which becomes predictable.
Exactly.
That's why the guy was throwing pitch and catch the way he was. And when you know he's in zone, there's going to be free lanes for him to run and take off because there's going to be no middle help in the middle of the field.
It's so funny you say that. I'm watching the game and I'm thinking to myself, this has become pitch and catch. And every time he sent somebody in motion and no one followed.
And when he doesn't follow him,
and
it's zone.
See, Josh Allen is too smart at the position to be fooled by anything like that. So the one thing I liked about what Joe Brady did was he didn't ask Josh Allen to quote unquote win the game. Well, he actually had him throwing a lot of short passes, trusting his playmakers, throwing to the running back. He had him thrown to the running backs a lot in the first half. But I respect it because Josh Allen's been so far off the ledge, he's trying to reel him in and then unleash him little by little. Just because you got the biggest gun, that doesn't mean you always got to use it. So Joe Brady did an amazing job really navigating that game for Josh Allen. And again, I'm a Jalen Hurts guy, but Josh Allen played a tremendous game. Jalen Hurts just made bigger plays and bigger moments. And that's just a reality. If anyone sits here and says Josh Allen played a terrible game, they're just lying.
Well, because
he played a great. I'm sitting here watching the game and I'm thinking to myself, this dude is nice.
I'm going to say it one more time about Josh Allen. Josh Allen is more gifted as a quarterback than Hurts. However, Jalen Hurts is the ultimate winner.
Yeah, and those
what do you want as your quarterback? The ultimate winner, or do you want the ultimate talent? I want the ultimate winner. Yeah. And get this, it's hard to fight that. It really is because you think you can win with talent all the time. But I'm going to tell you something else, Tone. The thing that kind of made me push him even further and closer to Mahomes, and I'm talking Hurts, is Lane not being out there.
Yeah, he lost Lane. He lost Fletch. He lost Goddard. He lost Zach Cunningham.
Dude, that's a thing.
Jordan Davis went out for a little bit. Jalen Carter went down for a little bit.
He's out.
Yeah, so
They lost Zach. They lost the Cunningham kid.
Yep. So, man, look at it like this, right? Joe Burrow, is he more talented than Josh Allen? No. But
No.
Burrow is just
Burrow's
a better winner.
winner.
He's a better winner. He maximizes his skill set to the fullest extent.
Let me show you about having and why Jalen Hurts is like, and the excuse of him having a bit. He does have a better team than Josh Allen. He has a better team. However, let me go to Los Angeles with the Chargers.
Mm-hmm.
What's Herbert's excuse? He's got Eckler. He's got Mike Williams. All these guys went healthy. Keenan Allen. A really good O-line.
Mm-hmm. Got a decent tight end.
Excuse
got a
for being
D-line.
4-7.
Got a D-line. Got corners. Got safeties. You're right, and that's
Joey Bosa. You got all the. You got
Khalil Mack and all these guys. Look, listen, I say it all the time. I say it on Sports Take, and I will never stop saying it. Talent is not enough in the NFL. Talent gets you here. But winning ways, winning games, being making the big plays in the big moments, that keeps you here. And Jalen Hurts, the way he's playing right now, in my opinion, I have a hard time believing anybody can really beat him in a big moment.
I don't either. Get this.
I don't see it.
People are upset with me because I'm saying Allen is a better talent. And yet I'm saying this. I don't think Allen – did you see Allen on the sidelines after the game when the kick went through and he shook his head? You know what that's a shaking your head of? I did everything I possibly could to win this ball game, and I didn't. Do you know what that is?
It kills you.
That is defeating and deflating, and
it makes it worse. It makes it worse because they have a bye this week, so they had to sit with this.
So again, Aaron Rodgers is a better talent than Tom Brady, but Tom Brady is the ultimate winner. I heard somebody nationally go, or I heard somebody I think earlier before your show talking about Jalen Hurts is the greatest winner he's ever seen. That's not true. You just saw a guy go through 20 years of Tom Brady.
For a moment, just relax.
No. Let's get a trophy for him first before you start dubbing that shit. So, but what I'm saying is the intent, and again, it's great to be excited about that. I'm not urinating on that. And
look, I'm excited, right? I'm super excited about it.
Me. Well, as soon as that game got over, I went like this. Damn, that team just cannot. I mean, when you see shit like that, and that team is conditioned to perform like that, and they're conditioned, I think they're mental. They have to look at the last 7 days. They have to be mentally fried.
That's why what you said about Michael Irvin saying what he said to you.
Oh, he's depressed.
You can't.
Michael Irvin texted me this morning and he goes, Sills, I'm depressed. I go, what happened, man? He goes like this. He's like, man, that Hurts guy. Hey, man.
You can't measure it. That's why.
He goes like this, Sills, death or defeat. I go, I know, man. That's the first thing that popped in my mind when Jimmy used to always preach to us, death before defeat. And I'm like, I saw it. That team believes that.
Yeah.
You see, it's one thing. Some people go like this. Well, that's chalkboard shit, Sills. Yeah, but the mentality, that's why when you always talk about gladiators and stuff, you constantly have to have that mentality in your mind that you're going to rip somebody's throat out, that you're going to stomp their brains in. You'll run them over with a car. You'll hit them with a chair. If you had a gun on them, you'd shoot them. And people go, wow, how can you say all those things? It's
because certain guys, if you don't have the mentality, you're not going to beat them.
It's not literally.
Of course it's not literal, but they're soft.
Figuratively.
They're soft. That's what it is. They're soft.
Figuratively, the mentality that you have to have in a sport like that is that you'll pick a chair up and split someone's head open with it. And someone goes, that is so. And I'm like, well, if you don't believe that and you don't subscribe to that, you'll never be a champion.
It always goes back to this. How far
are you willing to
go for glory? How far
are
you willing to push your body, push your mind, push your spirit for glory, for victory? What are you going to do? What are you going to do in the face of adversity? What are you going to sacrifice for triumph? a lot of teams think they have it. That's my problem with the Cowboys. That's my problem with the Cowboys. They think they have it, but they don't. They wish they had it. See, like I said to you before, everyone looks at the Philadelphia Eagles and all they can point to is say, well, the refs helped them more. They have no, they can't fathom it. They can't measure it. So they have to point somewhere else. This is what happens when you're facing something that's inevitable.
How about, hey, Tone, if you're the Cowboys right now and you've been watching this month of football with them, how are you feeling about that game in Arlington in 2 weeks?
If I'm the Cowboys, I would look at my past 2 weeks, beating the Commanders and then beating the Panthers and so on and so forth. Who else they played? Was it the Giants too? I can't remember. But if I'm them, man, I'm
just
looking back.
Pick a shitty team. I'm sure it was them.
Right. And if I'm them, I'm thinking to myself, yeah, we put up 40 points on these teams, but we did nothing that even comes close to what they just did.
Nothing.
They beat Mahomes in Arrowhead. They beat Josh Allen in a torrential rainstorm in overtime. Dropped 4 touchdowns on him in the second half. Came back to win. What mentally? How can we compete with that? Mentally,
you can't.
The Cowboys, no matter what they do, no matter what they pretend to be, they will never ever be us, and they wish they was. See, the Cowboys are a team that won it both ways. They want the glitz and the glam, but they want to be respected for being dirty and grimy. It don't work that way.
Well, no,
what
they're doing right now is the only thing they can hang on. Get this. Here's the only thing they have. The only thing they have is that we hung with them.
That's all they have. And I don't hang around nobody.
Hey,
no, I don't need no new friends. I don't hang around nobody.
Things in here, Michael. I would love to have Frank back as an advisor, and then next year, as the OC. I think he'd work wonders. Again, we got to remember something with him. He also had Jacoby Brissett in Indy. He also had Phillip Rivers. And by the way, who's Jalen Hurts' favorite film watch? Who does he watch more film on than anybody? It's Phillip Rivers.
Phillip Rivers.
Here's a guy that taught Phillip Rivers the system in San Diego. That's why it makes perfect sense for Jalen Hurts. I saw somebody else in here go like this. Are you ready to eat crow on Hurts? I'm like, the Philadelphia Eagles didn't believe in Hurts. They had 2 first-rounders as they were going into the 2020 season for a reason.
They were prepared to use them by any means necessary. They were prepared.
Taking a quarterback. So don't talk to me like about eating crow. What it is he's performing. He's doing what Lamar's doing. The Eagles didn't believe. Here, same thing with Nicholas Morrow. They cut him.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? The team didn't even believe in him. Now, the player's performance puts himself in a different place. Jalen Hurts is a $50 million guy now.
That was a $50 million game, was it not?
Yeah.
That was a $50 million performance. I mean,
Eagles got their money's worth there.
So far, he's 3-0 in this gauntlet. The 6-game gauntlet that they've been talking about all year.
See, I think it's more of a mental gauntlet. I think it's more of a mental and physical gauntlet than it is about. I hear people making the comment, "You're the gauntlet." Well, that's not really the case. What I'm talking, I think it's mental. I think it's physically exhausting, mentally exhausting to have to play teams like this every week versus the Giants, the Panthers, and the nobodies. There's a whole different level of play.
It prepares you for nothing.
They're in championship mode right now.
Mm-hmm. Beating the Giants, beating the Panthers, beating the Command. What does that prepare you for?
Nothing.
What does it prepare? It prepares you for nothing.
A loss.
You know, but it emboldens you. It bloats your ego in your head, and it makes you think that you are what you want to be, but you're not.
You want to hear this? That Bills game versus the Eagles. The Bills beat the Cowboys because of that game, the way they played. They beat Dallas.
Dallas does have the Bills coming up, don't they?
My opinion, Dallas, don't they play them?
I think they do. Let me double check that. I think they do. Because you may be on to something. I overlooked that. So they play, okay, so coming out of their bye, they play Chiefs on the road, and then they're home against the Cowboys. They may catch them. I overlooked it.
Do you think that the Bills played the Eagles tougher than the Cowboys did?
Do I think the Bills are going to play?
They ran the ball for 170 on you.
Mhm.
The quarterback ran for 90 or 80 and threw for 332. Dak ain't doing that versus you.
Nah, man, that was crazy. I ain't gonna lie. Listen, Josh Allen.
Dak Prescott, Josh Allen. Hey, watch. Hey, that ain't a comparison.
Josh Allen was letting it rip, man. He was killing us on third down. Third down, he was a god on third down.
I've never seen that before. I've never seen a guy that efficient on third down. By the way, I think the Eagle defensive line, I think they got jobbed out of about 4 sacks. They couldn't get him down, dude.
You know what's so crazy though? The fact of the matter is, you got your defense on the field for 92 snaps. You're not getting any sacks. They're exhausted. You know, so the offense has to do a better job of staying on the field long enough for those defensive guys to get some reps.
Stop dicking around in the first half.
Yeah, and stop turning the ball over. You know what I mean? Because all you're doing is putting your defense in a bad situation. You know, after the game, Hassan Reddick was like, you know, they asked him, you know, are you exhausted from the 92 snaps or whatever? He said, wait, we played. I lied to you now. He said, wait, we played 92 snaps. He didn't even know.
Hey,
so like, that's how like, I'm pretty sure you played the game, and afterwards you were like, hold on, wait, what? How many snaps?
You can't lift your arms. Let me say this to you. Watching Jordan Davis run down that sideline step for step with Josh Allen at 3. I said on Twitter, so you had a guy that's 400 pounds running down the sideline step for step with Josh Allen. He's as gifted and as athletic as Larry Allen was.
That was that combine speed we saw.
That was insane.
That was that combine speed we saw because the way he was running, you thought he was running the 40-yard dash.
Hey, if I were Josh Allen's 6'6" too. Okay. And if I'm watching that guy run at me, and was he 6'6" too? Like 350
something
or
like that. 6'6", 6'7", 330, 340, something like that. Yeah.
That is, hey, that guy's a biscuit away from 350, dog.
Listen,
ain't no way that guy's 338. I know what 338 is. That ain't it.
After he hawked him down on second down, after he forced him out of bounds, he was so tired. He just laid there. They had to come get him.
I never said, Keon, that Jordan Davis was a bust. I never
said that. You never said that.
I never said that.
Come on,
man. By
man.
the way, the Eagles thought he wasn't a third down guy.
Right. We never said it. Hey, no one thought he was a third down guy.
The biggest turnaround you've seen since Brandon Graham?
That's a good question. See, Brandon Graham's came a little bit later, but
I mean, Tony's a different dude.
It is like a different dude.
That's a different dude.
You know what he said though, right? He said, because they kept asking him, you know, did you lose weight? He was like, no, but trust me, I'm conditioned. That's all he kept saying. He said, no, I didn't lose weight, but trust me, I'm prepared this time. That's all he kept saying. And another thing he said was, he said he was having a lot of imposter syndrome last year. It took him a while to really believe that he belonged there.
You know what I think though, Tone, too? I think they had him in a role he had never been in, and that was being a backup. And you know, when he's at Georgia, he started his entire time there. And when you're coming in, and believe me, when you start all the years in college and you go to the pros and you're getting 22 snaps or you're getting 23 snaps and you know when these snaps are coming, that's a different deal. Okay, than being the guy who goes out there and plays the majority of the snaps like that. It's a whole different mentality.
He started every game this year. He started every game. It's crazy. He's become a full-time starter. You know, did you know?
I think that injury to Fletcher Cox is going to hurt.
Yeah, hopefully it doesn't keep Fletcher out for too long. But listen to this, right? Listen to these snap counts. I'm about to give you these because it was insane how many snaps Jalen Carter and Jordan Davis had to play. You know, because Fletcher had went out. Listen to this, man. Listen to these snap counts. So, Jalen Carter, 80% of the snaps. He played 76 snaps, which is 76 snaps, which is 80% of the total snaps.
92 snaps.
Jordan Davis played 62 snaps, 65% of the 92 snaps.
For a guy 330, 340, that's a ton.
That's insane. And both Jalen Carter and him play special teams. Jalen Carter blocked the field goal. Like, yo, this kid, like Jalen Carter,
he is, dude, he blows people up I mean,
he's a
that
gamer.
tackle he made in the backfield, the blocked field goal, the way he rushes the passer. Holy shit. Now, I think they're both of them are tired. That's why you see the 170. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, and plus, get this. You're taking on quarterbacks. There's two things. I heard you guys talking. The quarterbacks don't get sacked. Yeah, but they also know how to move on the ground when they have to take off. So they're skilled runners too.
Yeah. Listen to this too. Listen to this. You know, we know the Bills ran 92 plays, but listen to this. There was actually a total of 95 actually. Four players on the Eagles played 100% of the snaps. Reed Blankenship, Darius Slay, Kevin Byard, and James Bradbury. They played 100% of the snaps, 95 total snaps. That's insane.
Listen to this then. If that's the case, 95 to 65, do you understand, Tone? Most of the time, there's roughly around 60 snaps, 62 snaps in a ball game. Okay? So you played, the Bills had an additional half of football in snaps.
Yeah.
Versus you.
I don't know. You basically played a game and a half yesterday.
Will affect them come next week against the 49ers.
They basically played a game and a half yesterday. That's basically what happened. If you look at it from a snap count perspective,
yes,
those guys played essentially a game and a half. It's insane. Now, if I'm Nick Sirianni, which he's real good at this. If I'm Nick Sirianni, these guys have off until Wednesday. I'm letting these guys keep their feet up, relax. If I'm him, you took this team into overtime. It was a hard-fought game. It was messy. It was rainy. Listen, you guys have off until Wednesday, and it's going to be a walkthrough. You know what I mean? Like, we're going to make sure these guys stay as fresh as possible. You're right, man. Fatigue, like you said something earlier that really stuck out to me. You said at this point in the season, these guys are grinding. And I don't think people really understand what that means.
Grinding and the level of
like you played the game.
Level of
what does that mean? You played the game. What does that mean?
Tone, and the level of quarterback you're playing now is mentally, you have to be focused. When you see Jason Kelce getting illegal procedure penalties, that's a fatigue thing.
On back-to-back plays.
It's exhausting because you're mentally focused, you're physically grinding. Dude, when you have to come from behind like that 2 straight weeks against those type of teams like that, that wears you out, dog. That wears you out. It wears you out mentally, everything. That's Absolutely. Why, man, like you said, those guys should be eating nice, laying around, chilling, go get your treatments, rest. Dude, I would even do this. Wednesday, I'd have helmet and shorts, and I'd just go through walkthroughs because those guys, they need to recover. After that 7 days, you played the Chiefs and the Bills, and you had to come back in each game. That's more than what people think. That's more. I mean, like you said, you played really a game and a half, 2 games and a half, 7 days.
You know what's so crazy? I was just about to say that. They played about almost 3 games in a matter of 2 games. It's insane how
they played almost 2 games in a matter of a week. No, 3 games almost in a matter of a week.
Yeah, if you look at the snap effect, let's be exact about it, right? So in the Chiefs game, the defense played. The defense was on the field for 74 plays, 74 total plays, right?
Okay, that's 14 more.
74, and then in this Bills game, how many was it? It was a
95.
95. So
that's 44 extra plays.
74 plus 95. That's 169 plays.
Okay. Think about that for a second. That's 3 games.
That's 3 games. If you divide that by 3, that's about 56 snaps per game. That's like 3 games.
And you're limited at linebacker and defensive tackle right now going into this Niner game.
And the entire offensive line played 100% of the snaps. Say that again?
They win this Niner game, dude.
Oh, my God. I don't –
no.
It's almost
only
like
an injury to Hurts.
It's almost like the Niners are catching them at the perfect time.
Yes.
But I don't know. I have a hard time betting against them still.
No.
It's crazy.
No. At home, even though you're a dog.
That's a good point. The fact that they're at home means they don't have to travel.
That's right.
Which helps you.
Can you imagine if they had to get on an airplane and go 3,000 miles?
I mean, no, matter of fact, imagine this. Imagine if the Seattle game and the San Fran game were swapped.
Back to back away. You know what they would have done? They would have stayed out there.
You got to stay out there.
Yeah, you don't do that. Tone, we got to roll, brother. Got Gary
Man.
Cobb coming up. That was awesome stuff.
That was fun, man. You know, listen, Jalen Hurts, lead leader, MVP voting, man. I'm telling you, he's going to get it this year. I can feel it. I can feel it this year. He's going to get it.
I did say 4-1, right?
Yeah, you said 4-1.
4-1, he wins the MVP, right? What if
Hey,
he goes
that's what I think.
5-0?
I'm with it.
What if he goes 5-0?
Well, listen, if you count the Cowboys game, that's 6-0. So
okay, if you go 6-0,
sweep the Cowboys, you beat Allen, you beat Mahomes, you beat Purdy in the Niners,
you beat Dak twice.
Seattle. That's MVP right there. But hey, man,
you give him the so if you're 14-1, you give him the last 2 weeks off?
Yes. You can have whatever you want. You can have my car, whatever you need.
That's my guy, Tone. Hey, don't forget our good friends at Hooters, man, for Happy Wingsgiving during the month of November there. Each and every single one of you get an opportunity to win yourself some gift certificates like our friend here, Ashley and Sean. We really appreciate you guys playing along. We'll start the contest up tomorrow. Ice Cold Coors Light drafts, $2.99, 25 cents. Go to local charities. The 2024 calendars are out. $100 in gift cards are inside them. Go to northeasttutors.com. That's northeasttutors.com. Seafood Sundays, half price, snow crab, steamers, buffalo shrimp. Tuesdays, you'll love them. Buy 10 wings, get 10 boneless free. Kids eat for free on Saturdays. northeasttutors.com. That's northeasttutors.com. And do me a favor, tell them Big Sil sent you.
Football and Hooters, the perfect pair.
If you own a company and you're not producing a podcast, you're missing out. The public consumes messaging when they're ready. Join the professional podcast network of companies and let JAKIB Media Partners put you in the podcast arena. Come to our professional studio or we'll come to your place of business and professionally produce your company podcast. Call JAKIB Media right now at 267-261-3428. 267-261-3428.
We're here to show you a better way to spend your state income taxes and get the money to where it's needed to most to the thousands of qualified kids.
What we like about Blocks is they really know where the need is.
This program ensures that their dollars come 100% into these kids for their tuition assistance.
If you are able, Blocks makes the EITC piece go very quickly and very smoothly.
Turn your PA state tax liability into need-based scholarships and receive a 90% tax credit.
Underdog Fantasy has a way for you to play alongside your favorite football team all season long with their fantasy pick'em game. You pick between 2 to 5 players, select whether they'll go higher or lower on one of their stats, then do what you usually do on a Sunday, watch the games. You can win up to 20 times your money in a single game by going 5 for 5. It's a fantasy game, and the Sports Betting Show wants you to get involved. Go to UnderdogFantasy.com. When you sign up, use the promo code WIN, and Underdog will double your first deposit up to $100. That's UnderdogFantasy.com. Use the promo code WIN.
EA
National Football Show. We appreciate all of you coming aboard today like you have. I mean, monster day for us here. And for you, we appreciate it. That was a monster performance last night. Again, if you're not looking at what went on in that ball game, to me, Gary Cobb's going to know exactly, before I bring him up here, he's going to know exactly what I'm talking about. That is just mental toughness. I mean, it's mental toughness. When you see something like that, you're resilient. You refuse to lose. Death before you're losing. I mean, it's all of those things that you're taught as a player when you're younger, that you refuse to lose, man. And that's kind of what that team did last night. It was inspiring to watch. Josh Allen was spectacular. He was spectacular. But you saw a lot of fatigue in that game. I can't wait to hear Gary Cobb from Fox 29. He joins us now here. And Gary, that was some performance last night, boy. I'll tell you what. I mean, you're getting your ass kicked for 3 quarters. And you just, man, I mean, Gary, you know what I'm talking about when you're conditioned like that to not lose. I mean, very rarely do you see teams like that.
Well, they've got numerous people on that team. You know, you got, of course, Jalen. You got Jason there. You know, these guys are tough-minded guys, and they weren't brought up, with the baby little, like kids are brought up. Unfortunately, too many now. Kids are babied so much.
You're not born on third base on that team.
That's right. I mean, and these guys were guys that got pushed, and they're used to being in challenging situations, so they don't just fall apart when they fall down. Because really, man, that was looking ugly, man. That was ugly. The offense was looking ugly. The defense, which the secondary has been struggling, they like giving. It was well, they're at least going to throw for 300 yards. I mean, and then to see them come back like that is really impressive. And you can see it happening. They didn't wince each time, and they're just they've got a lot of outstanding, not just players, but people on that team that got heart. They're fighters, man. That's how they got to where they're at. And you can see that these guys are really people that do not quit.
Gary, do you think this team's better than a year ago?
Now that I don't know. I mean, you know what? As much as we rave about, how they have found ways to win and everything, they haven't played up near their peak yet. And they're going to get the challenge, where 49ers going to push them up there. If they're going to play with them, they're going to have to raise that level. If the Niners come out and play the way they're capable, where we've seen them play in their best games, I think at the end of this season, when they get to the playoffs, between the 49ers and the Cowboys and the Eagles, we're going to see some special football, man.
How about this, Gary?
Yeah.
When you play teams like you played Dak, you had Tua, you went Mahomes, now you just went Allen. Any fear getting into this game? I mean, think about it. And plus, if you look at the snap count, we just looked at it. 74 against the this is defense.
Yeah.
Against the Chiefs.
Yeah.
You had 95 against the Bills. The Bills had 95 offensive plays. That's 170 plays, basically, which is almost 3 games. Are you concerned a little bit about that going into this Niner game? Because, as you know, you're not only just physically have played these games inside of a short window, but you now have a mental where you're playing championship quality teams, and now you got San Francisco. Is there a concern where you're a little bit, and plus you got some injuries and guys nicked up heading into this game?
They don't have time to be concerned. You got to just put that stuff, and I know.
Yep.
I can say, but look.
I'm talking like a media turd, Gary. I got it. Okay.
No, it's okay. But I understand that you can sit and think that way. But of course, they don't have time for that.
Yeah.
They have better. This is when you better strap it up, because you could tell by the way the Niners, you ever hear them say anything about the Eagles. When they were walking out, I was down there in the tunnel when they were walking out after that playoff game, and they were telling, we're going to be back. We're going to be back. They were already saying that. because they felt embarrassed because they really weren't able to compete with the Eagles after their quarterbacks got knocked out. They were a joke. They were like having a some type of a garbage team out there. I mean, it was just like it was no chance.
Christian McCaffrey was a quarterback at the end.
I mean, it was a joke. It was a joke. So they were embarrassed, and they took that personally. So they're going to show up there ready to fight. I could see them they never play the game. They just have a fight starts.
Reddick's calling them whiners.
It's called them right. Hey, yeah. I mean, because look, you got your guy knocked out. That's your fault. Okay? You're gonna blame the Eagles for knocking their quarterback out? Come on.
I actually like shit talking like that.
Yeah, it's good, man. It's fun. But that's why I'm saying this is gonna be a straight up good. This is gonna be a battle, just like a fist fight. Where somebody get their teeth knocked out and stuff. This is gonna be fun, man.
How about this, Gary?
Yeah.
You played with Jerome. I played with him.
Yeah.
You think this guy Carter can be better than him?
He's I don't know if he has that dog the way that Jerome does with but I think talent-wise, I haven't seen many players at his age that
doesn't he look like he's been in the league 10 years?
The kid has acumen.
Yeah.
Going like, this is your rookie year?
Yeah.
The things he does, the kid he's smart, man. And but when you talk to him in the locker room, you see he's just a kid. He's so young.
He's got a great smile. He reminds me so much of Jerome because
he does.
Smiles.
Yes.
I actually think he's more of a student of the game than Jerome was.
Yeah, I think so too. He does. I mean, the kid's smart.
Yeah.
You can see the way he reads blocks and things. You're going like, who taught this kid?
Yeah.
He just picks it up and the thing he does is he anticipates what they're going to do. He sit down, you're going like, man, somebody taught this kid about formations and stuff.
I know.
This kid learn all this stuff out.
He slides the strength. He tilts and shit. I'm like, how did he? Where did he get that?
I don't know who was teaching him, but he's very sound in that. And then he's just an amazing athlete.
Hey, speaking of that
move where he tried to come up, go on in the guy's legs and get things like that.
Like,
who would think of that?
Oh, it's brilliant. Actually, I thought he was going to get it.
He almost had it.
I'll tell you something, though, dude. One of the most impressive things in that game, I'm watching this 400-pound guy run down the sideline step for step.
You talking about
Josh
the big
Allen?
fella?
Hey, I went like this.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
That thing was, I said to my friend, I go, what is that thing? And then, hey, it was like a giant rhino running down the sideline. And I'm like, holy shit, is that guy moving?
I was in the locker room after the game and they were in there talking. I just like those kids. Those are some good kids. You know why? They play hard.
Yeah.
They go out and you can see where you got to give the people at Georgia credit. That they taught these guys how to play hard. That if you're going to be out there, you give it everything you got. And that's something that, is just something I can't help but respect people that do that. And both of those kids, they play hard and they were in there after the game talking and, you see they're talking, you see how young they are. But, man, these guys play hard and they're going to do nothing but get better. Davis is going to get better because you can see he was in there talking about, working on his weight. He's always talking about that, dropping that weight. He knows he needs to drop more. But they're going to be good. I mean, but this whole thing is fun now, man. This is going to be some fun stuff because these games coming up, man. Ooh, baby. And Dallas is waiting over there too. This is going to be fun. And, the thing about the Eagles is, man, there are some cool customers, boy.
Oh, aren't they?
Come on. I mean, we were up there in the media. All the guys were going, man, this game is over. The guys were walking out. These are all Eagle people. Now,
I thought they were going to maybe come back against KC. I didn't think they were coming back against the Bills last
No,
night.
not at all.
I didn't.
And you got some people that work for the Eagles. See, now they won't say this publicly. Hey, they're basically in there just about crying, man. They're going, this game is over. Look at the way these guys are playing at halftime. Can you believe the way they're playing? I mean, they got 21 yards passing. I mean, they're just awful.
Hurts had a 7 quarterback rating.
Yeah, I mean, just horrible, man. Horrible.
Hey, Gary.
But that doggone Hurts, he's a fighter, man. That son of a gun's a fighter, boy.
He sure is. Gary, are you concerned about this, though, with guys hitting walls and maybe a little bit of depth issues and fatigue issues?
Yes.
When the last 2 games, you've given up a total of 170 yards rushing.
Yes.
In the last 2 games, you gave up, you're averaging 170. I think it was 168 versus KC and 173 versus Buffalo. Are you concerned about that a little bit the last 2
Yes, I'm very much so, because when I look at the Niners, man, if you let their running game get going, all the things they do off of that, man, they carve you up, and you know, they're the kind that put the dagger in you. You know, you don't see many teams that respond after they get into them. So I think their job is going to be much tougher, you know, playing against the Buffalo and in San Francisco is like in a different world, okay? If these guys get you bleeding, they try to just totally I mean, look at the way they did the Cowboys. And the Cowboys got a good football team. They totally humiliated the Cowboys to the point to where, well, I think, what was it, 42-10? So I don't think they can play. I don't think they can let what happened against the Buffalo. They cannot let that happen against San Francisco, because I don't think they can respond to that. If they respond to that, I'll just have to come on here and say, I'm a liar. I'm a liar.
They've made me look stupid. And so I get it here. Gary, I got a feeling, and I know what Steve Wilkes is going to do, the D coordinator for San Francisco, and I got an idea what they're going to do. If Lane Johnson is still if he's nursing that groin, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to run every single stunt at him that I possibly can.
You're right.
And you know who I'm going to do it with? I'm going to do it with Bosa and Chase Young.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. I mean,
I'm going to line up right on him with those 2 guys. And if Goddard's not out there, that's going to be a problem.
They could do that. I mean, because as good as, you know, the kid, you know, played there yesterday, and he battled, I mean, but, you know, between him and Lane Johnson is like, you know, day and night.
Absolutely.
So, you know, the thing about the 49ers is they are bloodthirsty, meaning when you start bleeding, they don't let you come back. You know, they're like the lion. Like, once that lion smells blood, you start bleeding, the party's over. And so I don't think they can afford to fall behind like they've done in some of these other games.
Young's been spectacular in San Francisco, playing again with Bosa. Those 2 guys played at Ohio State together.
That's right.
He's been he
reborn.
looks like Young, his rookie year again.
Yeah, and you could see just with his body language when he got out there, you know, with the fact that you got all this talent on their defense, and you know what they're playing for. It's not like being down there in Washington where you're just going through the motions. You know, these guys got a chance to win this whole thing.
Plus, he
that's their
gave
goal.
him a lot of all he wanted.
Yeah.
He gave him a lot of all he wanted. Let me ask you something here, Gary.
I
am not a Brian Johnson. I just do not like this guy.
Woo!
And now wait, me and Tone talked about something here.
Yeah.
You know what it looks like? It looks like there's too many voices in the room, because this is becoming a common theme now. First sucks, they go back to doing what they do because they're not scripted.
Yeah.
You know, I'm under the belief, and this is just a theory, that those 10 plays that are scripted, that's Sirianni's influence. And once you get off them, it's chaotic in the first half. And
I tell you, that was
the second half. All of a sudden, you see more running, the quarterback running, more designed runs with the quarterback.
Yeah,
Ryan's able to be a little more freer, because at the end of the day, the head coach has a say. And if you're not changing anything, Gary, at the end of the day, there could be too many voices in his ear right now and in the quarterback's ear. And that's why it hasn't looked like last year.
I tell you, that was some of the worst football I've seen.
That was terrible.
The way the offense was playing at the beginning. I mean, if I were Jalen,
that looked like the 2-5 team and Nick Sirianni when he was play caller.
If I were Jalen, I'd have been going off on somebody. I mean, come on. It looked like it was just like, what are you doing? There's no design to what they're doing. So I'll just tell you this, boy. This is not the time to play like that. Not against the Niners, not against these guys. So
I don't get these training wheel coordinators.
Well, you know, I think that, you know, he's probably, you know, rethinking some things. You know, we'll see if they can recover. You know, I think the fact that they did go back to the basics, where you whatever they were trying to do was like obviously was a joke in the first half. I mean, he's looking. It looked like he's looking. I can't see whether the guys are open or not. I'll look at the tape later today, but he just looked like, you might as well put a kid off of some backup college team, just threw him in there. It looked like that. That's the confusion that like Jalen's just back there. I don't know. He didn't comment about it, but it didn't look like they were prepared. And then the thing you knew, though, is going into that game, they had to know that some of the things that they had seen the previous week, okay, from Kansas City, that they were going to see yesterday, that they definitely were going to see. There's no doubt about it. Because, Sean McDermott and Steve with KC, come on, they're buddies.
Yeah.
They're going to talk.
Oh, yeah.
And so many things that you saw against Kansas City, you were going to see yesterday. So I don't see how that could have been a surprise and how you didn't have something ready for it. I mean, you should be sitting there going, okay, I know where you're going to send that corner off the slot. That slot corner is going to be blitzing. How could you be surprised?
I know. It just seemed that a little bit chaotic in the second half here. I got two last questions for you here.
Mm-hmm.
Would you think about bringing, if he was open? Now, remember, Frank Reich was going to be the offensive coordinator before he got the Carolina Panther job. And you got to remember this. Jalen Hurts' favorite guy to watch film is Phillip Rivers. He coached with Phillip Rivers in Indianapolis and also in San Diego when they were in San Diego with the Chargers. So there's a history there a little bit. Plus, Sirianni was the wide receiver coach for Frank when Frank was the OC in San Diego. Would you be open to having Frank as what Patricia is? Not the coordinator, but a guy, because again, if you want to make a move in the offseason, you got Frank in the waiting, like it was supposed to with Vic Fangio, and you're kind of setting things up if somebody wants to come calling for Brian Johnson for some reason. You got Frank in the building, and Nick trusts him a lot, and that's one of his guys. Would you think about bringing him in as a consultant?
I would definitely think about that because I don't like a lot of things that have gone on. How do you just have no A.J. Brown the last two games? Come on. You don't let him just take a player away from you. Come on. You can't let a defense just do that. You cannot let that. So whatever you're doing, the thinking something is off because a good designer is not going to let you take away one of their best players. They're not going to let you do that. So they got to step up. So if that means having him in, but the big thing you got to do is you can't have too many people running the ship. So what you would have to have is maybe he gives his input to the head coach, and then he decides on how much is going to go in, rather than you can't just have too much going on. But you cannot have a situation where you can just take away the weapons and they don't have something to counteract it. You cannot have that. And the last 2 weeks, I mean, it's just been some awful design. Doesn't
the first half has been.
Yeah, come on, man. I mean,
it's been all over the place. Yeah, because of the injury now to Zach Cunningham. Yeah, and because of the injury also to Nakobe Dean.
Yes.
Do you bring in Shaq Leonard now? Do you sign him?
I think so. I mean, you need
help. Bodies.
You need bodies, and so if he can come in, I know he's not the player they say that he was. He's not because of an injury, but come on, we need him. We need people there. I mean, you can see they put the kid in the Ellis. He was in over his head. I'm looking at they're running the ball right at him, and he's not reading it. I'm going like,
false steps.
Yeah, you could see he just was not ready. So they need somebody that has that type of experience. So I would say definitely if they can make the move and sign him, they need to do it immediately. That means yesterday.
Hey, I'll tell you this, Gary. If you want to give an award out for the most improved coach, it has to be Michael Clay.
Bingo. Now they have done a good job with the special teams. I will. I mean, they have returns You can't believe. I mean, I'm going like you. So you can return the ball, and he's been doing a good job all year. The punt returner. I got to give him credit. They have come a long way, and whatever they did, they put it on some of the other units though. I mean, because the way the defense was playing, I mean, some of that was just. I mean, they could have had doggone near 700 yards.
Josh Allen had 400 himself. I mean, Gary, he was a freak show out there.
And that's why
that kid's a freak show.
I know. The kid is a tremendous
talent.
And I think the change they made with the offensive coordinator.
Oh yeah.
More
underneath stuff. You know what Brady's trying to do? He's trying to bring the defense back to him, so it opens it up deep for him.
That's right.
And he's just got to. I think it's just him learning to be patient. He was patient in that game.
That's all it is. It's
and he was just a stud.
The thing I try to tell people. I mean, I don't know why they don't put a tape on. If you look at Montana, I'm going like I played against him. I mean, how many of those check downs he'd go ahead and take the 5 yards. He would take it, no problem.
Craig.
I mean, he would take those 5 yards, no apologies. Brady, how many times did Brady take a check down?
Won 6 Super Bowls in New England, 7 really total doing that.
So to me, you take one of those kids, you put their tape on, and go, look, kids, sit here and look at this. Okay, if they can take the check down, you better take the check down, kid, because then it's going to open up everything, and that's what happened with the Eagles. So I expected that. I thought he was going to have a big game because I went in, I was listening to some tapes of the young offensive coordinator, and I'm saying he's connected with this kid. He's already connected with them, and I think he's going to have some good numbers the rest of the year because the kid is, I don't know who's more talented than him.
In the rain, 332, and then he ran for like 80.
Great talent, man. He's a great talent. But the boys had better get ready to play, though.
Oh, yeah.
They had better be ready. They got to play better than they've been playing. I'm telling you. All of that win this way. Look, these guys are coming in. This is an outstanding football team that's getting ready to show up. They better get ready to play.
That's right.
They better get ready to play, man.
Gary, by the way, congratulations. Your Stanford High won the city championship.
Is that so?
Oh, yeah. They won it. Yep. They won the city championship, and Donnie was named the FCI Coach of the Year. So first time in about 8 years they won.
I know. I'm gonna have to send their congrats up there.
Yeah, they won the city championship over the weekend. So
that's great. That's
great.
Hey,
Gary, thank you, my friend.
All right. Have a good one.
You got it. Our good friend Gary Cobb from Fox 29. Please hit the like button. Keep it here on the National Football Show.
Football and Hooters, the perfect pair.
If you own a company and you're not producing a podcast, you're missing out. The public consumes messaging when they're ready. Join the professional podcast network of companies and let JAKIB Media Partners put you in the podcast arena. Come to our professional studio, or we'll come to your place of business and professionally produce your company podcast. Call JAKIB Media right now at 267-261-3428. 267-261-3428.
We're here to show you a better way to spend your state income taxes and get the money to where it's needed to most to the thousands of qualified kids.
What we like about Blocks is they really know where the need is.
This program ensures that their dollars come 100% into these kids for their tuition assistance.
If you are able, Blocks makes the EITC piece go very quickly and very smoothly.
Turn your PA state tax liability into need-based scholarships and receive a 90% tax credit.
Underdog Fantasy has a way for you to play alongside your favorite football team all season long with their fantasy pick'em game. You pick between 2 to 5 players, select whether they'll go higher or lower on one of their stats, then do what you usually do on a Sunday. Watch the games. You can win up to 20 times your money in a single game by going 5 for 5. It's a fantasy game, and the Sports Betting Show wants you to get involved. Go to UnderdogFantasy.com. When you sign up, use the promo code WIN, and Underdog will double your first deposit up to $100. That's UnderdogFantasy.com. Use the promo code WIN.
EAGLES, Eagles.
Here's another topic. Have the Bills now hit rock bottom? I saw another one earlier. Is Josh Allen to blame for the loss? What else did I write down? Got a billboard over here. Great talent, new head coach. Where's the Jalen Hurts? Where's the Jalen Hurts conversations? There's no Jalen Hurts conversation. There's very little. There's very little. Keon, I'm not changing my pick. They're not eliminated. That's flip-flopping. When you make a prediction on something like that, that's flip-flopping. Not changing nothing. Sean McDermott needs to be fired. The culture on that team, by the way, okay, guys going into the stands and pushing Eagle fans, yeah, good luck with that one. You're lucky you didn't get your ass kicked. Whenever they talk about Hurts, it's always, oh boy. Oh, by the way, yeah, he's an afterthought. And you're 2-point dogs in your own building. Oh, man. You're 2-point dogs in your own building. Yeah, Yale. Jalen Hurts is on a better team, but Jalen Hurts utilizes his team. He utilizes it to the best of his ability, and that's why they win. Justin Herbert can't. Josh Allen, no wonder Stephon Diggs was bitching at the beginning of the year. He's right to bitch. There's nothing on that team. They got some good pieces, but at the end of the day, they don't have enough. They just don't have enough good players. They need more players. They need another player. Gabe Davis, that's the first game I've seen him all year long, actually. Okay? And 49er guys, here's something too for you. You look like shit without Trent Williams. The Eagles look like shit without Lane for 2 quarters. And then turned it on. You couldn't. You couldn't. Did those guys lose? It's a Niner goes, do I agree with the 2-point spread? Great question. Do I agree with the 2-point spread with the Niners being favored going into Philly? If they win that game, they're superhuman. They're superhuman. So I do agree. Yeah, you played almost 3 games in 7 days. I think if you win that game, you're superhuman. That's a super. Hey, you might as well just give him the MVP. But then you know what'll happen? You know what sucks about all this? Guess who gets you after that whole gauntlet of teams that you have to play. The Cowboys. The Cowboys play turd teams and have like no stress or pressure at all. And you guys have been under the max spotlight for like, you guys have been like interrogated for 4 weeks. And now you got to watch as the Cowboys beat you. Oh my God. Don't let the Cowboys beat you. Don't let the Cowboys beat you because you're out of gas. That would be the worst on the planet. And it would be, and you know what I would say to it? Eventually they had to drop one, man. And you went 4-1 and you dropped it to the Cowboys. The Cowboys would be like, hey, I told you we're just as good. Oh my God. Did Jalen outplay Josh Allen? Again, Arthur, I'm going to say this. Josh Allen is a superior talent to him. Hurts is the ultimate champion. So, do I think he outplayed him with a 54 quarterback QBR? That fourth quarter in that overtime was insane. He won. So, yes. Josh Allen is the better talent. Jalen Hurts is the better winner. Been saying that all day, and I'll say it again. But do you want the more talented guy? Like, would you take here? Like Yale. I'll put it out there. Would you take Aaron Rodgers over Tom Brady? Would you take Aaron Rodgers over? Aaron Rodgers is the better talent. He's the better talent. It's not close. Would you take him over Aaron Rodgers? I think that's all you need to know about Josh Allen versus Jalen. Jalen's the ultimate winner. Josh Allen's the ultimate talent. Talent ain't always enough to get you across the finish line and through the tape. What Tom Brady does that. It's a prime example of that. His fourth quarter was awesome. That run into the end zone was spectacular. Okay? Yeah, no. Yale goes different styles. That's why he doesn't get the respect. Jalen Hurts won't get the respect until 10 years from now. Brady didn't get the respect even with the Super Bowls he won. Okay? He didn't get the respect until later in his career. It's going to be the same with Jalen. Okay? It's going to be the same with Hurts. It's going to be. By the way, Russell Wilson, you want to hear something about Russell Wilson? Russell Wilson has never received a MVP vote in his entire, how many years has he been playing? He's never received one MVP vote in his entire professional career. He's been to 2 Super Bowls. He's won one. He's turned the Denver Broncos around with Sean Payton. He's never won an MVP, and he's never received a vote, even from his hometown guys, for MVP. Yale says that Hurts is going to have to win it all. Right. Jim Kelly's 49-17 over a 4-year period. Okay. Hey, Yale or Keon, that's what I'm saying. Keon, that's exactly what I'm telling you about the MVP race. You guys sitting around here saying that thing is slam dunked. Never is that thing slam dunked. Because you know what I said? I was telling you guys earlier. You know what some voters are going to do? And I know what voters do because I'm one. You know what they'll do? Oh, he's winning in spite of a really good team. Bills, 200 yards passing. KC 150, Dallas 207. And he's on a really good team. They're not going to really dive into what he's doing and who he is and what he means to the team. Dude, I'm telling you, man, him winning without Lane and Purdy looking like shit without Trent Williams, that goes a long way with me. That goes a long way with me. That really does. That goes a long way with me. With the defense being mediocre, does that help Jalen's case? Look, like I said, I vote on that NFL alumni MVP, the NFL honors one. I vote on player of the year, defensive player of the year, offensive player of the year, defensive player of the year, rookie, coach. Every year I have voted. Do I still have that? Yeah, here it is. This is just an old card. But here's my NFL Alumni Association card. Right there. Big Sills. Right down. Is there a number on it? Yeah, there's a number on it. So let me do this. Here's my NFL Alumni Association card. And all guys get to vote on that are former players. There's not very many of us alive. Well, not all of us. I think there's like 60 out of the 10,000 that are alive or what have you. So as of right now, I'll tell you exactly who I'm voting for. Who's in the lead? MVP, it is Jalen. Defense is, to answer Tone's thing, Tone, yeah. And it's because I cover the team. Yeah. Plays into it. New coordinators too. Yeah. All that. Yes. I would say coach of the year is a guy in Houston. I like D'Amico Ryans. Rookie of the year is going to be Jalen Carter defensively. Offense is CJ Stroud. Walter Payton. I don't know yet. I haven't done enough work on that. I'm very, very thankful that Jared Payton allows me to vote on that award because he went to University of Miami, and he knows I played against his pop when he was in Chicago. And so it means a lot to me, and I get to vote on the Walter Payton. Jake Elliott. Who's Jake Elliott? Oh, that kicker guy. Like Tone said, the only way I'm ever going to give that guy a game ball is if that guy's laid out on a stretcher with an IV bottle above his head and he got knocked out because he had a game-saving tackle in the Super Bowl and he kicked 2 65-yarders. That would be the only way I give a kicker. Kickers aren't football players. Okay, just remember that. They're not football players. Kickers don't tackle. Kickers don't catch passes. Kickers don't run drills. Kickers just kick. They're like glorified soccer guys. They're not football players. What do they hit? The local bars? You could come, think about being a kicker in the NFL. You could come to practice loaded every day. Okay, and not worry about it. You could be drunk every day coming to practice. You sit under an umbrella. You sit in a lounge chair. What are you doing all day? Are you kicking all day? No. You're probably sitting around all day. Are you watching film? On what? Here, watch this, Tone. Here's my pregame. This is what I do. This has got to be the greatest layup job in the history of football. It's a little windy. Oh, shit, it's raining. Wind's coming out of the northeast. I'm going to have to use my Puma shoes, not the Adidas shoes. Kickers are football players. Kiss my ass. Some corners don't tackle. Are you trying to tell me that you don't think Deion Sanders? Oh, Deion. Here's Jake Elliott. It was a great kick. It was a great kick. 60 yards in the rain. I know. I got it. I got you. But he's not a football player. But it's okay. Okay? There's certain people in the league like Brandon Staley that aren't coaches. Okay? But I'll take Jake Elliott. Is Pat McAfee an athlete? No. He's a kicker. I just told you, Pat McAfee. What did he ever hit? A dummy? Come on, dude. You think you really have to go through conditioning drills when you're a kicker? Or weights? Or rehab? Come on. Come on. He's a great athlete in the WWE. Oh, okay. So is Ronda Rousey. Yeah. It's good to see Jalen earned your respect. Yeah. That game yesterday, man, was a respect moment. I totally respect that game out of him. Dude, that kind of shit there, man. He sucked in that first half. I don't know who's in the way or whatever, man, but that was just great. He was okay. David Akers made crazy tackles, slipping dudes and everything. Okay, David Akers. He's making tackles. He's a football player. Jake Elliott, after he kicks, he runs, he gets his tee, and he runs over to his lounge chair. Yeah, Tone, if he's laid out on the stretcher, he's got an IV, and they have to give him like that heart shit to start his heart up again, I might give him a game ball. Jake Elliott's 5'8". Always remember something, Niner. If you don't wear a size 10, okay, in the NFL, you can't be a kicker. You got to wear 10. I wear 17s. I got a 17 and a half foot. Okay? Seriously, I got a 17 and a half. This guy's got like a size 7. If you got a size 7 shoe, my daughter's got a bigger foot. How can you call anybody with a under 10 shoe a football player? I mean, there's high heels that are bigger. I mean, you got to at least have a size 10 foot, don't you? All right, we're going to look at week 12 of the NFL. Playoffs, too, by the way. We'll reset what happened yesterday. It was a tremendous performance by the Eagles in the second half of that game to get that win. Okay, really awesome. Yeah. Great kick. Great kick by the little guy. It was really great. Jake the Snake Elliott. Hey, Tone, that's it. Jake the little guy Elliott, like Jake the Snake. Jake the Snake Elliott. I like it, man. Snaked that ball right through. He used that wind. He played like a 7-iron into that thing on that 50. You see him play that 7-iron? He put a fade on it, didn't he? That's it, Arthur. Jake the Make. I love it. Way to go. Jake the Make. It was like a fade. He hit that thing and went up. All of a sudden, you see the Nicholas fade go right in there, man. Boom. Jake the Make. Jake the Make Elliott. The little guy coming through. Power Hour coming up. Keep it here on the National Football Show.
Football and Hooters, the perfect pair.
If you own a company and you're not producing a podcast, you're missing out. The public consumes messaging when they're ready. Join the professional podcast network of companies and let JAKIB Media Partners put you in the podcast arena. Come to our professional studio, or we'll come to your place of business and professionally produce your company podcast. Call JAKIB Media right now at 267-261-3428. 267-261-3428.
We're here to show you a better way to spend your state income taxes and get the money to where it's needed to most to the thousands of qualified kids.
What we like about Blocks is they really know where the need is.
This program ensures that their dollars come 100% into these kids for their tuition assistance.
If you are able, Blocks makes the EITC piece go very quickly and very smoothly.
Turn your PA state tax liability into need-based scholarships and receive a 90% tax credit.
Underdog Fantasy has a way for you to play alongside your favorite football team all season long with their fantasy pick'em game. You pick between 2 to 5 players, select whether they'll go higher or lower on one of their stats, then do what you usually do on a Sunday, watch the games. You can win up to 20 times your money in a single game by going 5 for 5. It's a fantasy game, and the Sports Betting Show wants you to get involved. Go to UnderdogFantasy.com. When you sign up, use the promo code WIN, and Underdog will double your first deposit up to $100. That's UnderdogFantasy.com. Use the promo code WIN.
EAGLES, Eagles.
You think Jalen Hurts has to win all these games to win the MVP award? You think he has to beat San Francisco and Dallas? To win the MVP? If he loses to Dallas, he won't win it. They'll make the case for Dak. Dak has too much publicity behind him. Jalen doesn't have enough. Yeah, but Sills, what about the resume? I get it. I'm with you. But I know what they want. The league wants a Dallas Cow. Why do I say the league wants a Dallas Cowboy? Use your common sense here. This is going to get everyone upset, including my friend Tone. Who do you think the NFL would rather have as the MVP of the National Football League? Dak Prescott or Jalen Hurts? 44 million people saw the Cowboys play a shitty team. 44 million. That Commanders game, I barely watched it. I can't believe the number they got. They want Dak. They want Dak because it's the Cowboys. They're already, you know what? I must have watched at least 5 or 6 shows today. And it was everything why the Bills lost. The same thing about the drops and I got to tell you, man, I saw Seth Joyner on our post-game show. And Seth is dead on. Dude, the narrative for the 7 days, Kansas City lost that game against Philly because of the drops. Not really. Hey, referees, bad calls. Okay, I mean, there were so many bad calls in that game for the Bills. Undisciplined, the stuff. They gave the game away. Eagles didn't really win that game. Look at the numbers. Kind of. And get this, you keep talking like this enough, what happens? people start going, yeah, you're right. Hey, that was a horse collar. It was a horse collar. So what? They missed the call. Big deal. Referees miss calls. What'd you want them to do? Reverse the game? The guy dropped the pass in the back of the end zone. You know what I actually heard today too? I heard this one. Well, the guy Gabe Davis, he didn't turn around. Yeah, it was an all-out blitz. They both had to be on the same page. That's why you blitz. That's funny. Hey, they weren't on the same page. It's Josh Allen's fault. He didn't get the. Well, that's why you blitz. Because everyone's got to be on the same page. That's why you bring pressure like that. Nick goes like this, we're the Eagles. Lucky. Yeah, lucky. 20-2. At the same point you were last year. Hey, Keon, he's right. One bad call caused you to not be able to stop Jalen Hurts and that run into the end zone in overtime, or that 60-yard field goal by Jake Elliott. I mean, come on, man. It's not luck. They make their luck. They totally make their luck, man. There's nothing lucky. There is nothing lucky about the Philadelphia Eagles. Wait, there is one thing lucky. There is one thing lucky about the Eagles. That Jalen Carter fell to 9. Hey, I hate to say this, man. Unfortunately, a bad situation turned out to be the best for everyone involved. Okay? I'm not talking about the folks that lost their life either. I'm not, obviously, that's tragic. Okay? But he was cleared of that. So let's go there. Okay? Hey, they were up 10 twice. I know. I get it. I get it. I'm like, dude, one or two ref calls did not cost the Bills that game. It was the guile of the Eagles in the fourth and in the overtime that won that thing. Hey, watch this. If that's lucky, can I be lucky like that? Hey, Tone, if that's lucky, will somebody please bestow some of that luck on me? Can that rub onto me? I want that luck. Whatever that is and they're doing, I want that luck too. Please, can I have that luck? I need that luck. Oh. That's not luck. That's not luck. Real quick, I want to reset the takeaways again a little bit, and then we'll get into the Week 12 of the NFL. First half was brutal, as we know. I'm going to still stick to this, and I will still stick to this here. I think that the Philadelphia Eagles need to change that offensive coordinator, or someone needs to get the hell out of the way. We still can't figure it out because it's all over the place in the first half. A few weeks ago, I asked, but how now? I'm flat out saying it. Dak, another mixed QB, and they resist Hurts being the face of the league, being darker. Jesus, Warrior. Really? I can't say no. I won't say no. Even being Italian. Okay. Lamar Jackson was a unanimous MVP. Is he the face of the league? No. Would he ever be? Do you think the NFL would ever have the face of a league with a gold tooth and cornrows? Didn't the NBA make Iverson? Didn't they? Hey, Tone, am I right? Didn't they airbrush like a cover of a magazine to cover up his tattoos so that they wouldn't show his tattoos on a cover of an NBA magazine when they were trying to somehow make him kind of like the face of the league? They airbrushed a cover of a magazine on Iverson. Okay? So, I mean, I hope, you know what? I can't say I hope we're past that because I don't believe we are. The money's great and all, but I mean, You know what they got? The NBA fought against Iverson being the face. Now he's universally known as the blueprint of all these young guys. Yeah, because what people never understood and what white folks didn't understand what cornrows meant, it's a respect to heritage about the past, and it was an homage to the slaves of the South and their turmoil and their troubles that they went through. It wasn't just a fashion statement. It was more of a political statement. So that's why when you see an African-American with cornrows, it's not a hairstyle. Well, it is, but it's more of a political statement about the past and about what went on in this country centuries ago. That's kind of what centuries ago, hundreds of years ago. So what most people don't get and advertisers don't know that. They just think it's a hood thing. They don't know cornrows represent the African Americans that were in bondage in this country as slaves. And they just think, well, hey, you know, that's a bad look. These guys in the hood wear that. That's not nothing to do with the hood. It's nothing to do. Cornrows have nothing to do with the hood. Nothing. Have nothing to do with it. You ask every white guy on the planet, oh, I thought that was something that those gangsters wore. Of course you would think that. Just like you would think every Italian is a mobster. Because that's how you look at people. Okay? Yeah, like Lamar is a tremendous role model. I love that kid. Just a tremendous role model. Okay? It has a lot about how you present yourself. Absolutely. Look at how Jalen presents himself. It's wonderful to see how he represents himself. When Cam first got drafted, the Panthers, he said the former owner called him in on draft day and asked him to keep his hair cut and his face clean. And he will be the face of the franchise. That's actually a very true story. Richardson called him in to his office because Cam, by the way, I loved Cam Newton. All that shit that went on at Auburn, I still voted for him for the Heisman. Even with his dad and all that. I love Cam Newton because they railroaded him at Florida, you know. They accused him of stealing a laptop. You know why they threw him out of Florida, right? Why do you think they threw Cam Newton out of Florida? Cam had to go to a junior college. What did he do? He won a national championship at Florida or at the community college. Then he turned around and won a national championship at Auburn. Why do you think Florida threw him out for a rigged up laptop that was stolen? You know what he did? He went next door and borrowed it, and Urban Meyer threw him out. 215 is exactly correct. They wanted the face of the Gator program to be Tim Tebow and not Cam Newton. That's a fact. So they came up with this stolen laptop thing, and they threw him out of Florida. He went to junior college. The guy won a national title there. Then he turned around and went to Auburn and stuck it in everyone's face and then became the number 1 overall pick. That's how you jam people up. Okay? That's how you jam people up. Okay? Urban liar. Right. They wanted baby Jesus to be the face of the franchise. They didn't want Cam Newton. Cam was the better player. Everyone knew it. He was the better guy. And when you get to Richardson, when you get to Jerry Richardson, the former owner, he tells you, "Hey, don't look like a brother. We want you to look more white. Then we'll draft you. And you could become the face of the franchise." Oh, that's what he meant. Tone didn't want to say it. I'll say it. You got to look more white. You're in the South, you know. You're in Charlotte. Game last night was awesome. Was, man. First half was terrible. They came out in the second half with an absolute just fortitude that they had. Okay? Stills, will you be the godfather of my future child? As long as it don't cost me anything. as long as I don't have to kick in anything. My aunt would kill me. Hey, man, did I see Kenny Gainwell? Did I see Kenny Gainwell sightings out there? Eagles were dominated for 3.5 quarters by the Bills. And that undisciplined team, by the way, I hope the league comes down on Shaq Lawson for pushing that fan. You're completely wrong. And I hope they come down on the Bills. I hope they find the Bills, and I hope they find him. Okay? You can't do that. And I said it in the first hour. You're lucky to get your ass kicked in that place by a mob. That's not a place you want. Do you think Philadelphia is a place you want to start pushing women and people in the stands in the front row? You might not want to have that happen. Hey, was that thing? Let me ask you this. Was that place still packed in the overtime, in the rain? Was that place still packed? Did they still have a full house in the rain? It was jam-packed. So you want to go and start pushing people around, and you're the Bills in front of 70,000 people that, quite frankly, that football team is everything to them. You see, you got to remember something about, and I've learned this about Eagle fans. Dude, don't do that. They're going to treat you like the mafia treats people. That's not going to go well for you, because that team to them is civic pride. That's just like in LA and New York, you get away with that shit. In places like Boston and Philly and Chicago, those are civic pride representations of the city. I'm surprised 20 people didn't jump them. You could have had all-out Donnybrook there, especially if you lost. And you pushing people. I thought one of them was a woman. I'm really shocked the guy that didn't turn into something bigger. We're like a cult. The only way out is yes, it is. I get it. I told you it's like one of the only cities I'm very sure you could go down to South Philly, walk down any kind of cul-de-sac, and you wouldn't miss a second of the game because everyone's listening to the game and you can hear it through the door. You could probably walk for miles. You could probably walk for 3 miles in South Philly and never miss a second of the game. Just walking your dog. That's one of those places. I've seen it. Okay? Yeah, I get this. Maniac goes, Sills, that was Shaq Lawson's biggest hit of the season. Dude, he had no numbers in the game. I went to look for his box score. I saw that he pushed a chick. I think he gave him an assist on it. I thought it was Yale, always remember this. A woman could tell me and spit in my face, do whatever she wants, say anything she wants. She could hit me with a shovel. I'm not raising my hands. I can't win that. You can't win that. So if I punch a woman back because she spit at me or called me a guinea or a wop and then threw something at me like beer or whatever, and I punch her in the face and break her jaw, who loses? I do. I lose. What's the win for me? You walk away laughing, and you remember that you get a direct deposit every Tuesday. Okay? You hit me with a shovel, it's on. Huss, when you got money like those guys, you take the shovel. Because guess what you're going to do? You'll be taking the shovel to your bank account. And you'll be burning money. Dude, I'd rather take a shovel across the head than have to give somebody $1 million. Wouldn't you? Hey, that's okay. You spit in my face, or you hit me with a shovel. Then it's on. Okay, so I turn around and I punch somebody in the face, or I hit him with a shovel. And the judge comes back and goes, $1.5 million, You got to pay the plaintiff. Great. I get assaulted. They hit me, and I lose $1.5 million. I yelled when we were up 28-24. How are we winning? I know, dude. I'm like, how the hell they took the lead? Sills, as an Italian, I'm offended. You know what, too? Wait a minute, Warrior. I sound like a really reasonable person right now. I just realized something. I'm not sure that my aunt, everybody, my wife's probably listening to me right now. I don't know if I'd be that reasonable. I think I'm talking out of my ass here. You know, Tone, I think I'm trying to sound like the guy of reason. When has anybody ever put, hey, Sil's the voice of reason? I don't know if that fits that moniker. Okay? You know what I mean? Real goes, what happened to the gauntlet? That's not the point here. You still got Dallas and San Francisco. You could drop those two. You just went through wars. Get ready to fight another war. You get 2 more wars coming up. You got one in Arlington, and you got one in Philly. You got Bunker Hill, right? And then you're going to have Antietam. Get ready. Okay? You got 2 big wars coming. You got Gettysburg. The war is far from over. We've only won a few battles. That's right, man. The war is over in Las Vegas. That's when you cross the Delaware. You take them all hostage. And you send Cornwallis back where he came from. That's how you win it. Keep building up all these little battles, then you win the war. San Francisco at the link. That's going to be something to see. To win a championship, it shouldn't. You know what, Real? To win a championship, it should never be easy. Right. It should be something you have to fight for. It should be something that you have to battle for. By the way, Jalen Carter was spectacular. Jordan Davis was spectacular. Hurts 5 touchdowns. How? 5 TDs. A most flawless second half. And again, the thing I take away from that game, 49er guys in here, you know what they're doing? And I even said this to all of you. I went like this. I said, hey, how do you think Jalen would look without Lane Johnson? Well, not so good, but we won. And by the way, Browns, Bills. I'm sorry. I'm going with the Bills as a better team because of the quarterback. Okay, and didn't 49ers lose to some stiff quarterback? Some like 15 guy? Am I right, Tom, when I say that? Didn't they lose to like a 15 guy or somebody? Watson didn't play in that 49er game, did he? I don't think he played in that 49er game. I think it was somebody else that played in that Niner game. So you got beat by a backup. And then you tried to use, well, you know, they lost to the Temple quarterback, P.J. Washington. Yeah, they lost. Look at Tone dropping the Temple. They lost to P.J. Rob Ellis, Washington. Dude, anybody on the air in Philly, Temple guys. Good basketball program. Don Chaney was spectacular. The football, I don't know. This would be one time I shit on a this would be the one time I shit on a Temple guy. Temple. Okay. Like I said, like Tone said, at least we're not ripping Lehigh. Lehigh, Villanova, and Temple. The bastion of college football. The heartland. The heartland. All right, enough. Okay. Run defense the last 2 weeks. I think the team's showing a little bit of fatigue. I do. Before we look at week 12, here's how the playoffs would look right now. And it's kind of crazy how the playoffs are setting up right now because Minnesota tonight, obviously this could change. Watch out, Sills. Drexel is on the coming up. They got a good Drexel. Didn't Steph play there? Is that where Curry played? Did he play at Drexel? Steph played at Davidson. That's right. Davidson, Stetson, Drexel, Stetson, Davidson, Pace. URI. I don't know. I don't know. Here's the playoff picture. Look at the AFC here. Guess who's number 1 seed? Baltimore. Baltimore Ravens versus the Eagles in the Super Bowl. How do you think that would look for the league? Man. Hey, this is a joke, so don't go crazy. You might have – no, I better not. Baltimore versus Philly in the Super Bowl. That would be awesome to watch. Shit. You talk about guys running around and catching footballs and defense. That would be insane. I wonder if the league see, this is what I would think the league wants. The suits would lose their minds. See how this guy's Tone's smart, man. Why would they lose their minds, Tone? Why would they lose their minds? What would be the reasoning that they would lose their minds? Oh, I know, because it would be Baltimore and Philly, right? Is that right? Because it'd be too like Yale said, regional. Oh, I got it. Stone's talking more about regional. Be a little too more regional, right? Too much black? How dare you say that? How dare you say that, Joseph? How dare? Not bright enough. You could always turn the lights on. Hey, they'd have a really big spot. They'd have to play that game at 1 in the afternoon. Hey, Tone, they'd have to play that thing maybe at 10:30 in the morning. I need a lot of light. They'd have a bird bowl. I like that, Callie. Yeah, hey, they'd have to play that thing at 10:30 in the morning with like those sun reflectors. You know, how come the color in my television, everybody's white? They look like Sammy Sosa. How come everybody looks like Sammy Sosa? AFC. They would need Dolly Parton to show the lighten it up. Dolly Parton, just as long as she don't put that cowboy gear on again. I love Dolly Parton, man, but I don't know. 80 I don't know. I just, I don't want to insult anybody in here. Oh, wait, because that's what I don't do, right? All right. So Baltimore would get the bye in the AFC. Kansas City's in the 2-hole right now. Jacksonville's 3. Miami's 4. Pittsburgh's 5. Cleveland's 6. Indianapolis is 7. Hey, if Shane Steichen gets the Colts to the playoffs and DeMeco Ryans doesn't but has a winning record, who should win the Coach of the Year award? Who would you vote for Coach of the Year? Shane? Ryans? I'm leaning that way too. I am. I'm leaning that way. And on the outside, 8, 9, and 10 is Houston, Denver, and Buffalo. Here's what the games would be. Kansas City at Indy. Jags at Cleveland. Miami at Pittsburgh. Those would be your opening wild card games. NFC, Philly, 2-game lead. They get the bye. San Francisco's in the 2-hole. Detroit's in the 3. Guess who's in the 4? Atlanta. Dallas is 5. Minnesota 6. That could change tonight. Seattle 7. 8, 9, and 10 are Green Bay 8. The Rams 9. And New Orleans 10. Not a lot of good teams past 7 in the NFC. And here's how it would look. Minshew's playing playoff football. San Francisco at Seattle, which is always tough. Detroit at Minnesota. I think Detroit would win that. And then Atlanta, Dallas. So Detroit would win. San Francisco would win. I think your opening round in the playoffs is going to be the Cowboys. I think you're going to play Dallas in the divisional game. I think you're going to play Dallas. I do. I think you're play the Cowboys. Okay. Here's week 12. Do or die for Detroit. Here's what went on here. Panthers end up firing Frank, 1-10. They fall to Titans 4-7, 17-10. What's Derrick Henry doing this year? Had 76 yards and 2 TDs. Where's Derrick Henry? (2023) Derrick Henry. Derrick Henry stats. He's got 739. He's got 739 yards, 4.2 a carry, 6 touchdowns. He's going to get 1,000 yards again. And look at the carries, only 176 in carries. They've lightened his load. Okay? Derrick Henry's never averaged. There's nothing average about Derrick Henry. Jags and Texans. This was a great game, man. Jags are now 7-3, Texans 6-4, 24-21 Jags. Trevor Lawrence was tremendous. 364 and a touchdown. Think about the young quarterbacks. So in that division, you're going to see C.J. Stroud and Trevor Lawrence for the next decade playing against one another. How incredible is that going to be to watch? You're going to get Trevor Lawrence and C.J. Stroud lining up against one another over the next 10 years. That's going to be wonderful. The New England Patriots fall to 2-9. The shitty Giants beat them. DeVito 191, 1 touchdown. They're now 4-8. Believe it or not, they're kind of still in at 10-7. I mean, the Patriots are the worst team in the AFC, which is crazy. And I'll say this one more time to you about the Patriots. You know, Nick Caserio is now down in Houston. I don't think there's any coincidence that the Texans have a better roster than what the Patriots do. I think Bill Belichick is going to get fired as the personnel guy. I don't think he's going to get fired as a head coach. You're going to bring somebody back in there. I wouldn't be shocked if they bring back in Scott Pioli. I would not be shocked if they rehired him because Bill believes in him and likes him. But that's a train wreck in New England. But hey, guess what? Did you really think it was going to last 20 years or 25 years or forever? Here, I'll ask you guys this. If you could win 6 Super Bowls and have 4 shitty years at the tail end, but you won 6 Super Bowls, would you take it? Well, it was all Brady. Well, he drafted him. He gets credit for that. He gets credit for developing him, too. Brady gives him credit. You can say all you want about him. Belichick has put 6 starters in the NFL. Did he get Mac Jones wrong? Yeah, looks like it. But Jacoby Brissett has started. Jimmy Garoppolo has started. Matt Castle has started. Brady, Mac Jones, all these guys have started games in the NFL. Matt Castle won a division title, and he never started it down at USC. Would you take 4 shitty years for 6 Super Bowls? I don't know. Sounds like a great trade-off to me. I don't get it. You know, it's just a way of taking shots at a guy when he's down. And then you just turn around and go, so he's one of the only men to win 300 football games. Well, it was all Brady. He drafted him. If you're going to give credit to Howie for drafting Jalen, he gets credit for drafting Brady. Well, he got lucky. Okay. You got lucky too. Because if you thought a lot about him, you'd have drafted him in the first round. That pick of Jalen Hurts is luck. Now, it's a little less lucky when you're talking about a 2 versus a 6. I get that. I get it. That's a premium pick. Okay? That's a premium pick. I get it. Okay? Saints and Falcons. Falcons get the win. 5-6. Saints 5-6. Saints have to be the most disappointing team in the NFL this year. 24-15. Bijan Robinson, 16 carries, 91 yards. He's starting to get the ball a lot more here as they're making this small playoff push. Steelers and Bengals. Kenny Pickett looked good, man. They get rid of Canada, 16-10. Steelers are 7-4. I can't believe it. And I don't know how they do it, but they do it. The Buccaneers, 4-7. Colts win 6-5, 27-20. Gardner Minshew, 251. How about Gardner Minshew playing playoff football? Your backup quarterback may make it to the playoffs of a year ago. Okay? Gardner Minshew's better than Marcus Mariota. And he's proving it. He's got a 6-5 football team that nobody thought shit of. And it wasn't even his job. And by the way, he's just a substitute teacher. Gardner Minshew's going to make some money in the offseason. He's going to go to a team that's going to need a quarterback, and he's going to be a traveling quarterback. Browns and Broncos. Russell Wilson. Look at this. Less attempts, less throws, less opportunity at turnover. 134 throwing the ball through the air. 29-12. The Broncos have won 5 in a row. They're 6-5. He's managing him. He's managing Russell Wilson. Rams get a win. They're now 5-6. They're kind of still in it. The Rams are sitting in the 9 hole right now. And they beat the Cardinals 37-14. Stafford, 229, 4 touchdowns. Let me ask you this. If you're the Cardinals, do you move on from Kyler Murray? Do you move on from Kyler Murray? Chiefs bounce back. 31-17. The game was kind of close for a bit. 298, 2 touchdowns, 8-3 on the season. Raiders 5-7. I still think you give the job to Antonio Pierce. Ravens 9-3. Chargers. I don't know how Brandon Staley's still the head football coach of that football team. I have no idea. 177, 1 touchdown. Those numbers for him have started coming down more, if you notice, for Lamar. They're coming back more, and they're kind of coming back. You don't see big offensive numbers coming out of him right now. I don't think you do. And tonight, Bears and Vikings. I'll do that game here in a second. But interesting ball games. 13 is going to be – I think we're now in playoff mode now. Okay, I do. Sills, if Sirianni invited you over for dinner Sunday night for rigatoni, no broccoli, I can't stand it, and meatballs, would you go? Of course. Of course. Just because I think he's a cheerleader doesn't mean I would turn down a good plate of pasta. All right. We'll talk about tonight's game. Hit the like button, please. Keep it here on the National Football Show.
Whose house?
stereo.
Football and Hooters, the perfect pair.
If you own a company and you're not producing a podcast, you're missing out. The public consumes messaging when they're ready. Join the professional podcast network of companies and let JAKIB Media Partners put you in the podcast arena. Come to our professional studio or we'll come to your place of business and professionally produce your company podcast. Call JAKIB Media right now at 267-261-3428. 267-261-3428.
We're here to show you a better way to spend your state income taxes and get the money to where it's needed to most to the thousands of qualified kids.
What we like about Blocks is they really know where the need is.
This program ensures that their dollars come 100% into these kids for their tuition assistance.
If you are able, Blocks makes the EITC piece go very quickly and very smoothly.
Turn your PA state tax liability into need-based scholarships and receive a 90% tax credit.
Underdog Fantasy has a way for you to play alongside your favorite football team all season long with their fantasy pick'em game. You pick between 2 to 5 players, select whether they'll go higher or lower on one of their stats, then do what you usually do on a Sunday, watch the games. You can win up to 20 times your money in a single game by going 5 for 5. It's a fantasy game, and the Sports Betting Show wants you to get involved. Go to UnderdogFantasy.com. When you sign up, use the promo code WIN, and Underdog will double your first deposit up to $100. That's UnderdogFantasy.com. Use the promo code WIN.
EAGLES, Eagles.
Well, here's a topic on a national show. Good win for the Eagles, bad win for the Bills, or bad loss for the Bills. They think you're nobodies. These people think you're nobodies. They think you're nobodies, man. You know, I mean, good win for the Eagles. How is a win against the Bills and Josh Allen not a good win? Number one, and bad loss for the Bills. You're not better than them. Sills, what do you think about Tommy DeVito? Perfect fit for being a Paisan in New York. A lot of people don't think like that about Italians and blacks. And if you're that dumb to think like that, you got issues. I don't know who you're talking to. I don't know what the hell you're talking about. Again, people, whatever. Oh, hey, congratulations, Ashley and Sean, for that. We'll start that thing up tomorrow again, too. So, again, hey, 49er week, man. You don't get it. Actually, you do not get extra credit. Okay? You do not get extra credit for being called the best team in the NFL when you lost 3 straight. You do not. That team that I saw yesterday, gut it out and make it happen, that's the best team in the NFL. I'm burying my list for tomorrow. But at the end of the day, dude, I think it's the Eagles and everyone else. Right now, unless something catastrophic happens, seals if the Bills fire McDermott. You see Bieniemy going there? Bieniemy and Allen. I see Jim Harbaugh going there. Jim Harbaugh in Buffalo? How do you think that'd look? How about Jim Harbaugh in Buffalo with Josh Allen? You have it throwing Colin Kaepernick. All last year, it was we had an easy schedule. True. This year, that ain't the case. And who did we play? Correct. I was one of them. Now we came into the season with the hardest schedule, and it's now who we play, but how we play. Hey, I am 100% behind you, man. Completely ridiculous. Last year, you played nobodies. This year, you're playing the best quarterbacks, the best D coordinators, and some of the best offensive minds in the National Football League. I get rid of the GM too, Yale. I get rid of Schoen and all, or the guy up there, Bean. I get rid of all them guys because right now, man, you're not helping Josh Allen. And you've got a short window with that guy. It's a 10-year window. Okay, you're starting to come into the middle of it now, and you're going the other way roster-wise. And Jalen's going like this, and he's utilizing all of the people. You know the only problem with the Eagles have right now? Can I tell you what the only problem that Philadelphia has? It's that you hire these inexperienced coordinators. It drives me crazy. You have the best salesmen and the best people in the world, and you hire people out of high school to run them. Makes no sense. You have no experience at quarterback, at coordinators. Why you hire like that? It blows my mind, and it's a power struggle thing. You should be hiring Jalen Hurts, the greatest minds and coaches to help him. You think Patrick Mahomes would be where he is if he didn't have Andy Reid? So if I get this, one last thing here, Tone. If I gave Patrick Mahomes, Brian Johnson, as a coordinator, do you think that'd help him or hurt Patrick Mahomes? Do you think that would? You took Andy Reid away from the play calling. You think that would hurt Mahomes? Then why wouldn't it hurt Hurts? Who you got tonight? I got the Vikings. I like that kid. All right. Appreciate everybody. Xander, Big Joe, thank you so much. Can't tell you how we appreciate it, man. Who you got tonight there, Tone? Vikings. He's got Josh Jacobs and the Vikings tonight. Tone killed it, man. Way to go, bro. Awesome stuff. I love you very much, man. Don't forget the segment Monday through Friday, 3:30 each and every single day. All the way through the week. He's absolutely sensational. We'll catch you tomorrow 2 to 6, and we shall see you on the flip side.
Football and Hooters, the perfect pair.